Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. It is Paranormal Friday, and it's great to have you all here with us tonight. Please make sure that you guys share this out, if you will, to anybody and everybody you think would be interested in listening to any of our paranormal spewings that we put out. That's so very much appreciated, guys. So please make sure you hit that like button as you're coming through that door. And any of you lurkers out there, please do the same. And as I said, please share. And let's get this creepy night on the road. Here we go. But you know the rest. Here we go. Hello. Welcome, Miss Andy.
Hello, what's up?
How are you tonight?
I'm all
Good to
right.
have good to have you here. Thank you for joining me. Thank everybody for joining me tonight. All right, come on in here. Welcome, everybody. Hope everybody had a great day today. I didn't, but that's okay. I will
I
now.
woke up and broke my foot.
You did what?
Yeah, I woke up and I went to go pee, and my dog was like standing or laying rather on the floor next to the door. So I went to step over him, but I was still sleepy, and I ended up slamming my foot so hard into the door jamb that I broke my little toe and fractured one of the bones of my foot.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm just that talented.
It happened. At least you were able to accomplish something throughout all of that, you know? Not that it was a good accomplishment, but just saying. Welcome. I hope it feels better soon and it heals quickly. And be careful, please. You need both. You need both of them feet.
I'll try.
So, welcome everybody. Tonight is Paranormal Friday night. It is great to have you guys here where we get to decompress a little from the week that we've had in the true crime community and kick back and do something different, have a little bit of fun, possibly. It depends on how you take it. So, excuse me.
I'm happy to say I ordered a Paranormal Friday t-shirt today.
Awesome. That's very cool.
So if Ahmad wants to drop links, y'all can
Very
get them
cool.
too. I got mine in the moss green.
I figured you would if you got one. Yes. There's going to be more of those coming, by the way, of the paranormal stuff for sure.
Heck yeah.
I got some ideas in my head to make up some different ones. So that'll be awesome. Come on in, everybody. Get a seat if you will and get comfortable. I hope nobody has a fear of clowns because that little thing I did with the mask. Thought that would be interesting to see the reaction. I knew Molly was probably going to pee on her or Doodle was probably going to pee on herself, but it is what it is. So come on down, guys. Tonight we're going to be looking into a little bit of extraterrestrial type stuff and so on and so forth. So I hope you guys are into it and interested. Such a crappy day. My wife left today. I'm going to be such a mess for the next few days till she comes back. So speaking of which, I do want to speak on this. I guess there were some questions that were asked how my wife was, we were going on vacation or this and that. There's no vacation, folks. Me and Caden are staying here. She's riding with my oldest son in his vehicle down to Alabama to visit her family. That's what they're doing. Period. Nothing else. She has an aunt. I guess I was wrong about the age, which makes more sense now because she has an aunt down there that is 104 years old, not 107. She's 104 years old. So every moment she gets to go down there to see her, she goes because you never know if she's going to see her again. So that's where she's at. Well, she will be there. She left after she got off work today, and it's a 12-hour drive. So they'll be there sometime in the middle of the night, I believe. So for anybody that had questions, no, we don't have any kind of money to go on vacation. That's why we're sitting here doing what we're doing. My child's watching wrestling, I think, right now because of some smash down thing he called it or whatever. But he will be joining us tomorrow night because since it's just me and him, we're going to be doing a kicking back music stream tomorrow night. So if anybody's interested in those, or for those of you that are interested in those, please come on by and hang out with us. But I hope that answered the questions that anybody may have had about that. She's just going to visit her family. She's riding with my son because she don't drive. She's never driven. She used to have seizures years ago and just never was able to get a driver's license. So this is what it is. I'm kind of pissy because I'm stuck here, but I get to hang with you guys, which is cool. I don't do well separated from her because we've never really, other than these little trips every now and then, been separated in 23 years. So it's one of them things, you know. But I got Caden here and my two humper dogs, so we'll be okay, I think. I hope.
And a big virtual hug from all of the meatballs.
What's that, hon?
A big virtual hug from all us meatballs.
And I appreciate that because I'm going to need it. I get lonely and sad when she's not around. It's very strange. I don't even sleep in the bed. Believe this or not. If she's not here, I don't.
Okay.
Sorry about that. The child was asking me a question. So, sorry. Anyway, I like I said, I like to get in front of things when people question me about anything. That's why I said that. There's no fun Disneyland vacation planned or anything. She's just going to visit relatives. She's staying with her Aunt Greta. That's where they always stay when they go down there because her family does not believe that visiting family ever should have to stay in a hotel. So they have a big ass house, like a plantation looking house, nice place, down in Hayden. So that's where they're going. So keep your fingers crossed and pray for me that I get through this because it's rough every time I'm away from her like this. I don't know what it is, you guys. I just don't. I don't get it. I guess I'm overly attached or too attached or whatever the hell you want to call, but it is what it is. So
Got Caden with you.
yeah, that's that. Well, we're gonna do some stuff and hang out. Probably watch a series of something. That's his thing. He loves watching TV series. So we're probably gonna do that. Maybe play a little video games. He wants to do the music thing, which I enjoy doing. And he really loves that. So we're gonna do that tomorrow night. So it is what it is. But like I said, I don't even sleep in the bed. I'll be sleeping on the couch the whole time she's gone. I can't sleep in a bed without her. So it is what it is. Come on in, everybody, if you will, please get comfortable and join us for Paranormal Friday. Pretty soon is going to be a paranormal whole thing when we get that channel rolling, which will be. I have my plans to have it done and ready and up and running by the end of this month, before the end of this month. So that's my plan. I do believe that's correct, isn't it, Missy Andy?
Yep.
Okay. Sounds like a thing. And then we'll figure out the schedule on how it's going to be. So, speaking of, who do we have here tonight joining us to get a little creeped out with us? Jaded 847, welcome back. Good to see you. Alicia J, great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. There's my doodlebug. Good to see you tonight. Miss Leslie and Billy, great to have you here. Thank you. And happy birthday for you. Got something for you. Mystic Butterfly, welcome back to you. CZ's in the house. Welcome back. Great to see you. Molly, good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Excuse me. SRB, great to see you. Miss Wisdom Speaks is in the house. Welcome, Miss Sherry. Great to see you. Where we at? Mr. James Tate, always a pleasure, sir. Thank you for joining us. Kaylee, great to see you. That big fish, small pond in the house. Steven's Adventure, great to see you. Green-eyed PI, welcome back to you, dear. Thank you for joining us tonight. Susbusters, what's going on? Good to see you. Undead Ramen's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Mr. Niles Buckman, thank you for joining us tonight. Bobby, old dude, welcome back, brother. Good to see you tonight. Let's see here. Dragonfly, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Of course, our own little Miss Andy Rose up here next to me. I appreciate you too, dear. Thank you so very much. One of the two of my awesome paranormal producers, Miss Molly Drake and Andy. And well, I should say Andy Squatch and Molly Yeti. Molly Yeti. There we go. I got it. That's what they call themselves. So these are the two paranormal producers that put this stuff together and help make this stuff happen for you guys. So make sure you thank them. And I thank you both very much. Lippy Chicken, hello. Sergeant Smellgood, welcome back to you. It's great to see you all tonight so very much. Appreciate you. Miss Sweet Melissa, hello and welcome. Guys, please make sure you tell Miss Leslie happy birthday, if you will.
Happy birthday.
Another year young. And we appreciate you being with us, Miss Leslie. So very much. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? I don't think I did. If I did, I will catch up with you. Make sure you got Renee Martin. Hello. I did miss somebody. Thank you for joining us tonight. Please share this out to anybody you guys may think might be interested. Guys, every Friday, for those of you that are newer or anybody out there lurking that's newer, if you will, please, every Friday we take a break from the true crime because it does get to be a little bit rambunctious and a bit too much. So we kind of decompress a bit, take a break, and do something a little different. And a lot of people seem to be interested in the paranormal stuff, as am I. So we jump into that for Friday nights. Check it out, take a break, decompress, and enjoy ourselves. And then tomorrow we move back to what we do. So that's what it's all about. If anybody is a little bit shocked, I guess you could say. Crime Spy 2024, hello. Welcome. Good to have you here. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Grab your drinks, your blankets, whatever you need. Snuggle up and get ready for this stuff because it should be an interesting show for sure. Little unspoken heart stillness. Welcome. Friday blessings to you as well. It should be
Speaking
interesting.
of blankets, though, there are some really nice ones in the merch store.
We got comforters in there now. Comforters, Doodle went nuts. We got the really soft
Sherpa fleece blanket.
Sherpa. Yeah, they're nice, guys. Nice. Sherpa fleece blankets. We got comforters. We got the regular throw blankets.
I got myself one of those notebooks too.
Those are cool. I want one. I want one of those for my notes, right?
We need to
And
see
there
if we
she
can
is.
get pens to go with them. I
Yes.
love me a new pen.
That would be sweet. Absolutely. There she is. I was wondering where you were. Brandy B, the OG. Welcome, Brandy. Good to have you here tonight, dear. I didn't forget you. I just now seen you. So if you just got here, that's not my fault. Anyway, welcome, Brandy. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a good day today. Give me a second here, guys. I'm trying to get.
No, Doodle, it's not black-eyed children. They scare the poop out of me too. Wow, thank you, Green-Eyed PI, for the sticker.
That is so awesome, Green Eye. Thank you so very much for that. God bless. We appreciate you so much. Joe Schmo, what's happening, sir? Happy Friday to you. Welcome, everybody, to Paranormal Friday. Again, Paranormal Friday is the night that we take a little break from all the true crime monotony, the crappy stuff that we look at, talk about, think about every day throughout the week. And we kind of decompress, back away from it, and move on to something a little bit different. Everybody seemed to enjoy the paranormal side of things. So we jump into that for a little while, talk about some stuff, review some things, talk about personal stories, this, that, and everything else. And it gives us a break, guys, because it can be a little bit depressing going through this true crime stuff all the time. So that's why we do it. So don't be surprised, Mr. Joe. It's your first time being here on a Friday. So I hope nobody is disappointed. Thank you again so much, Green Eyed. But this is just what we do on Fridays. That's all. But most importantly, since it is Paranormal Friday and it is Miss Leslie's birthday, you know what I do on birthdays, guys? I can't help myself. It's a thing because I love you guys and I got to celebrate your lives as much as I can. So happy birthday to you, Miss Leslie. This is for you. Happy birthday, Miss Leslie.
Happy
Yeah,
birthday.
gave a little paranormal kick to it too. I hope you had a wonderful day today. I hope you have the absolute best year you can have till we get to this day next year. Happy birthday. Absolutely, Joe. I need a break from all of it sometimes. So that's why we decided to start doing this. So welcome everybody. We got 40 peeps in here. It was kind of creepy, wasn't it? With the Annabelle thing.
Yeah. It's a
That's
little creepy.
the music box thing. It gave me the creeps. Shit. So be it. So be it. That was the point. Where did I go? What did I do? There we go. Nope, that's not it either. Back down. What happened? Come on now. Stop messing with me, computer. Ooh. Take that. All right, all right, all right. Here we go. Load that in. So how was your day today? Miss Andy?
It's all
Other
right.
than your foot.
Yeah. Other than that, it's all right. I've just been working on crocheting some stuff like usual.
I told
Hanging
you
out with my
guys.
dogs.
Told you guys. This lady could crochet you your own life if you give her enough time. I'm telling you, always crocheting some stuff. She makes clothes, you guys. And
I'm
she's very good.
actually working on a pair of pajama pants right now. They're gonna be like bell bottoms
That is
with all my
awesome.
scrap yarn. They are very ugly. It's just a mix of all the scraps that I have,
That's
but
crazy.
building.
Why are you crying, Leslie? Don't cry. That was the last thing I wanted to make you do. I want you to have a good night and smile and be happy. Please. Please don't cry. That'll break my heart. I hope that you had a great day today. I really did. And hopefully we can close it out for you the right way and have a great and amazing night for you. All right. Come on. Why doesn't this want to work for me ever, ever, ever? There it goes. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right, all right. Comfy PJs. Yeah, those sound kind of like I got a pair of slippers. I can't remember who made them for me. Knitted or crocheted. They're really comfortable as hell.
I crocheted my mom a pair of slippers for Mother's Day. They're like a moccasin style, and
mm,
she absolutely lives in them.
that's what I like. I like moccasin. I'd love to get a pair of those. The ones I got were just like a full foot, kind of up to your ankle type thing.
Mhm.
They're still super comfortable because of the material they're made out of, but
Yeah, I actually did it's like a double sole, so it's two layers, so they're like thick and squishy and
mm,
like sturdy. They're not going to wear out quickly. Because my mom, I've been making her slippers for years and she lives in them and she wears them out so quickly because she's constantly in them. So I found this pattern for a double sole slipper
mhm.
so they'll last longer. They're nice wool moccasins.
You are very welcome, Miss Leslie. That sounds really super, like stupid comfortable, actually.
They are. I made myself a pair too.
Awesome. And welcome back to the sauce, Miss Leslie. Congrats. We got a new, well, she was already a member before, but just re upped it all. So, welcome, all meatballs. Thank you so much for joining us tonight again, as well as the Blue Crew. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for jumping in with us tonight. I appreciate you all. I would not, could not, nor should not do this without you. So, thank you once again. And what are you doing? It's your birthday. You shouldn't be gifting things. Miss
And
Leslie just
Leslie,
gifted
I can do the same thing. I'll crochet watching TV, not even looking at what I'm doing.
my
I've been
mother-in-law.
doing it for so long.
My mother-in-law
And
does
yes,
this.
Alicia, I'll send you the pattern.
It's awesome. Looks like Aggie Gemini was gifted a membership from Miss Leslie. Thank you so much, Miss Leslie. We appreciate you. Welcome to the sauce, Aggie. And that's so very awesome. Yes, thank you so much for gifting.
The more meatballs, the merrier.
Thank you, my family. Absolutely, no thanks needed. We do love you. That's very, very true. I've never seen anybody wear clothing that is crocheted. That's what blew me away. That shirt you showed, that's a whole full shirt. Like I've seen like a scarf or a shawl or like a hat or gloves. Never seen actual clothing. That's crazy to me.
I've got a bunch of sweaters that I've made too. I've got sweaters that I made for myself, some for my mom. Um,
That's crazy. And you
yeah,
did it
all
again.
kinds of
That's crazy.
cheese.
That's another one gifted out to Jen 77.
Thanks,
Congratulations,
Leslie.
Jen. Welcome to the sauce. And thank you again, Miss Leslie. God bless. I appreciate that so much. As do the rest of us. Again, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Looks like Meatball. Did you get one too, Meatball? Or Mystic? Why did I call you Meatball? Mystic Butterfly. I am officially Meatball. Thank you. You're absolutely Mystic. Did I miss something? I must have missed something. Did she do it up here too? No, maybe she did. I'll be damned. That's three of them. She gifted in the beginning of the very beginning. Mystic Butterfly picked it up. So congrats, Mystic, and thank you again, Miss Leslie. Good Lord. It's your birthday. You're supposed to be getting gifts, not giving them. That's awesome, though. Thank you so very much. Kaylee, what's going on? Good to see you. You can make so much with yarn and a hook. I guess so. My mother-in-law makes washcloths with them. I'll tell you what, too, you guys. They're little square washcloths, okay? And I was thinking, welcome, Miss Kimber. I was thinking, like, they have holes in them. They're not going to be very good, but I'll tell you what, they're better than the regular wash rags for the kitchen. They scrub because they're thicker, and they're very tight knitted. I don't know how she did it, but
I can make you some skull ones.
that would be cool.
I've got plenty of leftover cotton yarn. I've got that teal that I made that top out of. I've got some of that left, and I've got some black, and I can do the skull granny squares into washcloths.
That would be sweet. Very cool.
Dish rags.
I'd probably put it on my desk and use it to sit my cup on. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I can make you coasters.
Those are awesome. Yes, with the little skulls, that'd be neat. Captain Jenks is in the building. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a great day, and hopefully you can help us close the night off the right way. And you did it again, Miss Leslie. Mama Cannoli. Oh, don't talk about cannolis around me. Congratulations, Mama Cannoli was gifted by Miss Leslie again. Welcome to the sauce, Mama, and thank you again, Miss Leslie. Good Lord.
Now I want
Is it my birthday? Is it the channel's birthday or your birthday? What's going on here? And as we do you, Miss Leslie, absolutely. Just for being here every single day and night. We do appreciate that. Absolutely. You are a very much appreciated and well-loved community member here, and that is a fact. Knitting with Dago and Andy. Yeah, we could do that, Joe. I mean, hey, I'm sure there's something out there already like it.
Hey, I've thought about doing streams where it's like crochet and crime, where I talk about a case and also teach a pattern while I'm going. I've thought about it. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to, because I know a lot of people. There's a lot of drama in the crochet and knitting communities, and there's a lot of drama in the true crime communities. I don't know if I want that.
Well, I mean, Bailey Sarian, she does makeup and talks about crime, and there's other people that cook and talk about crime. So what the hell? You know what I mean?
Good. Yeah. Crochet and crime.
Crochet and crime with Andy. There you go. That'd be awesome, actually. And
yes, Molly, leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Yeah, I'd rather have you can leave the cannoli and take the gun. The cannoli will be gone before you turn your back. I love cannolis. Jade said there's drama in the crochet community with a question mark.
Oh my God. It's insane. It's people fighting over who came up with what patterns first, and
oh my God, are you serious?
Selling and how much they sell stuff for, and it is crazy. And then there's also fiber art festivals where people go and get yarn that like people have handmade and dyed themselves and stuff like that, and there's all kinds of drama with that. It's crazy. It's insane.
That is
there
nuts.
is a lot of drama in the fiber arts communities.
Doodle said it
sounds like the nursing home.
That's hilarious. I love it. Yep, we are. Yeah, we actually sometimes we listen to Bailey Sarian when we go to bed sometimes at night. We'll just turn it on.
I love her.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people, I've heard people complain that they don't like how, I don't know, how she talks about some of the cases, because sometimes she'll like kind of laugh, and I think it's funny though when she'll be talking about something and she'll laugh and be like, it's not funny. Well, it kind of is, but it's not.
Right.
Like when she was talking about the Heaven's Gate cult, and how when they all did their mass unaliving, they were wearing matching tracksuits that said Heaven's Gate Away Crew.
Wow. What a mess.
Like, it's not funny, but it's kind of funny.
Yeah, I know.
It's not funny, but it kind of is.
The thought of that is funny. What happened isn't funny, but that part.
What happened is not funny at all, but like the matching tracksuits that say Away Crew.
Yeah, come on. Like, whatever. That's just insane
And
to
I
me.
think like when we go over such dark topics, we kind of have to have a sense of humor to stay sane. You know, like
Oh,
there's some things where it's so ridiculous you have to laugh. It's not that it's funny, it's just absurd.
right. Yes, I do believe. I do believe that's insane to me. I'm sorry. Kimber said mom said she went in there one night and it's scary. It's probably better than Paranormal Fridays. Gotta imagine. That handmade
Yes, Molly,
yarn.
you can get handmade yarn and the wool that people dye themselves. You can just if you're on Facebook, you can probably find a group near you where they do different fiber festivals, and you can buy the wool, just the wool that's been like cleaned and dyed. You can buy it spun into different sizes of yarn. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Awesome. Welcome, Miss Taylor, with Stitchin', Bitchin', and True Crime. She says I crochet as well. Well, with the Stitchin' name in there, I thought you probably did something like that. There it is, guys. The link to the Printify. If you guys are interested in any merchandise from here, please go check it out. There's some new stuff in there as well. Some new t-shirt designs and so on and so forth. We got blankets in there, throws, fleece, Sherpa fleece blankets, and even comforters. So anybody looking for that, go for it. There's the link. Thank you, Miss SRB. I appreciate you. I wonder where Cassie's at tonight. She's probably busy with them babies. Excuse me. I haven't seen her in a couple days. Hope she's okay. All right. All right. So welcome everybody to Paranormal Friday. Yeah. Let's take a break from the stuff we've been doing and look at some creepy stuff. See what we can find here.
We got a
All right.
lot of crocheters and knitters in here. That's pretty cool. Maybe we should get like a group together and
Put
do a
together to
crime
just
and
throw
crafting
it.
crime
Do it.
channel.
Yeah. Throw something. Well, throw something in the Discord. And she was in Discord earlier. Who was? I haven't seen Paula in a couple days either. Joe said the only thing I know about crochet is knit 1, purl 2, drop 3. I don't even know
That's
that.
knitting, not crocheting.
See, I don't know the difference either. Welcome, Elizabeth. Welcome back, Tomboy. Good to see you tonight. Somebody else I just saw popped in here. Cass is, yeah, I know she's busy usually. Pink, welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Ooh, green-eyed. That could actually, we could do cryptid crochet, and I could make like Sasquatch plushies.
That would be cool. I've seen my granddaughter collects those crocheted plushy things. She's got a
Mm-hmm.
turtle and a bunch of little animals. They're really cool. They're soft as hell too.
Oh yeah, I've made all kinds of different plushies. I
There's
made
Paula.
a mushroom for my cousin.
She's got a
Uh,
mushroom too.
yep, I made a mushroom. I did a little puppy for my cousin's son for his third birthday.
There you go.
Yeah, I got all kinds of stuff. There's an
Very cool.
octopus that I had sent to Tomboy. I don't know if she got it yet or not, but it's
That
a
would be neat.
big octopus.
I have a giant octopus that Juniper has. It's bigger than me. It's huge. It's not knitted.
Yes, Molly, I'll get to your ghost face.
Cough, cough, ghost face. You guys are a mess.
She found a video that she sent me earlier where somebody crocheted a ghost face plush. So
That'd be cool. Buenas noches to you, Pink. Um, so we go from talking about food to knitting and crocheting.
oh, I think the coolest plush I ever made was I made a Cthulhu.
That's pretty interesting. That would be cool.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I'll have to make another one sometime.
I need some crochet mice for my rescue. Oh, okay. I got you. Is that a ferret or a weasel or is that a cat? I can't tell, Elizabeth. It's hard to see it. I don't know why.
That is a cat paw.
Is it a cat? Okay. I looked at. See, I'm blind, you guys. I'm starting to get worse.
I know, I zoomed in.
I thought the paw bending was maybe a head, and it could have
It
been
almost looked like a ferret. Yeah.
yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I'm not the only one. Thank God. So I think we're going to look into a little bit of the stuff that Reddit put out about extraterrestrial UFO, and we have some other stuff in regards to UFOs. I have a story about abductees onboard experiences as well, and some other little things we're going to throw together. So hopefully you guys are interested. And maybe if we get lucky, our Miss Molly, she lives out in UFO Central, her backyard is a landing strip. Maybe she's got some new stuff for us to look at too. Who knows? But we shall see. So thank you guys.
Molly, it was the Cthulhu that I made.
Basically, it looks like an octopus, but a really nasty one.
It's kind of like an octopus face, and then it has like wings, and yeah, it was cool. It's been such a long time since I made it. I made it for a friend when I was in college.
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So I don't know how many of you guys are believers in extraterrestrial UFOs, whatever you want to call it. I'm really not, but I gotta say I've seen some things that I just can't say what it is. So
Yep. Do you want me to share my personal experience as to why I believe in aliens?
go for it.
I never really wanted to share it online, but I'll just say, I mean, there's not a whole lot. I've just, we've all seen weird things in the sky, but from the time I was a baby, have had nightmares about being abducted by aliens. And I mean, like, before I even was old enough to know what aliens were. I was
Okay.
having dreams that these things were coming and taking me at night and then bringing me back. And it was always like a very terrifying thing, to the point where like I was afraid to go to sleep when I was little.
Wow.
Um, so there's that. And then, oh God, it must have been about 15 years ago. I injured my hand or my wrist, and I went to the hospital to make sure nothing was broken. They did the x-rays, and I got to see if I can get copies of them, because this was before everything was on like a patient portal thing. But
Mm-hmm.
they came back and they asked me, "When did you get shot?"
Get
And I
what?
said, what? What do you mean, when did I get shot? And they're like, "Yeah, you have a bullet fragment in the tip of your finger." And I said, no, I don't. And
That's
it
crazy.
apparently looked like there was a small piece of metal about the size of a BB in the tip of my finger, and they thought that I had been shot by a BB gun. The thing is, I don't have any scars. If you press on my finger, you can't feel any kind of bump or anything there. But they just kept asking me, like, well, what could it be? When were you shot? Did it happen when you were a kid? Do you not remember? And I'm like, I think I'd remember being shot.
Did they remove it?
No.
Wow. That's different.
Yeah,
Interesting.
kind of weird. And I've had experiences too where there was this one time, and I actually had a friend over at the time, and the next morning, like, I had one of those weird dreams. The next
Mm-hmm.
morning we wake up and he goes, "Where did you go last night?" I was like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "Oh, I woke up in the middle of the night and you weren't here." I was like, "Okay, that's weird." And I go to get out of bed, and I had two perfectly triangular symmetrical scars, or like scabs, on the insides of my ankles, one on each ankle. And I
That's
still have like slight scars there from them, but like, I mean, they're not triangular looking anymore, but they were perfectly symmetrical, exactly like the same size, same shape, one on the inside of each ankle.
how long ago was that?
About 8 years.
Wow. That's wild. No idea, like nothing to remember as to how that could have happened.
Nope. Just had a weird nightmare, woke up, and my friend was like, "Hey, I woke up in the middle of the night and you weren't here. Where'd you go?" And get out of bed and have these scabs. on my ankles that were perfect triangles.
That's
So I can't say that I have any memories of meeting any kind of beings. It's always been like a nightmare for me, but then there's weird stuff when I wake up too.
that's wild. Very crazy. Very crazy. So obviously you have a believability in it.
Mm.
Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, yeah, what else can you think, Yes, Leslie, I heard about that. I do know who he was. That's very sad. 74. Caden told me about it too. Thank you for that. Um Joe said, "Mission accomplished. Andy, you officially gave me the willies. I hear Twilight Zone music playing in my head." All right.
And it's one of those things that like I never even really wanted to talk about it because I don't want people to be like, you're crazy. But like it's just weird. And I can't say that like I absolutely 100% believe I was abducted by aliens. I'm just saying it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's unexplained things that line up to when I have these nightmares of being taken.
Right. And I have Captain Jax is right. I've watched documentaries, because I watch a lot of that stuff, ancient alien stuff, so on and so forth. But I watched a documentary one time, and he says that experts try to explain alien abduction to night terrors and sleep paralysis, but I think some can't be explained. And that is something that was in that documentary they talked about, which I thought was wildly interesting. Um, because I've heard stories from a lot of people that have had sleep paralysis, also like these insane night terrors, which nightmare, okay? They wake up and they don't remember any of it, but they remember that it was a horrific nightmare. So
Mm.
that's kind of interesting to me. Welcome, Hummingbird Mouth. Good to Moth, not Mouth. Sorry, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Walt Harris, always a pleasure. Come on in, everybody. I just got done working my second job. Good for you, brother. Take a break. My mom used to sleepwalk as a young lady. She would be outside sweeping in her rural village, and that's crazy. That's dangerous.
I had a problem with sleepwalking when I was like two, 3 years old. So
Yeah, right.
must have
Sound
scared the crap out of my parents. I mean, there was one time my mother actually woke up and I had been asleep, but I was up and had gotten fully dressed and was ready to leave the house. Like I was reaching for the door to
mm-hmm.
leave. And she was like, oh shit. She woke up and, grabbed me and put me back to bed.
My sister used to sleepwalk. I was 10, I think. Yeah, I was 10. It was she would go to bed earlier than I was because she was little. She was like, no, maybe I was a little bit older. I might have been 11 or 12 because she was probably 6. So I was taking a bath one night, getting ready to go to bed, and here she comes walking in the bathroom like nothing. I'm like, what are you doing? She didn't answer. She did nothing. She was just staring straight ahead. And I was like, Mom, freaking out. Covered
Right.
myself up, and this and that. And my mother came in and turned her around and walked her back to bed. And I'm like, what the heck? What the hell was that all about? She was like, she sleepwalks sometimes. Just calm down. So no big deal. I'm like, really? I was scared that I'm sitting in here butt naked, and here she comes walking in the bathroom.
It can
It was
be
a little,
creepy when you find somebody sleepwalking.
well,
It's
the
a
fact
bit
that she didn't,
unnerving.
yeah, she didn't respond. She didn't look at me. She did nothing. She just walks in.
Right.
She went over to we had a clothes hamper in the bathroom, and she opened it, and like there didn't do anything. She just opened it. She turned around. She stared at the wall. Then she walks over by the door. She turned the door handle a couple of times, and then she just stood there staring at the wall. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? It was like she was possessed or something. It was weird, but very weird, very weird, very weird. Um,
Oh, one of the reasons I stopped taking Ambien for insomnia was because I was sleep eating. Like I would fall asleep
mm,
and then sleepwalk my big butt down to the kitchen and
uh-huh.
like make myself a full-on sandwich and then go back to bed. But like, and like that wouldn't be a big deal, but I'm diabetic.
Yeah,
I need to
yeah,
take
right.
my insulin. So I was wondering why I was waking up with a blood sugar of 300. Yeah, it turns out I was sleep eating because of
Interesting.
Ambien.
Very interesting. Yeah, Caden did it. It wasn't much. It wasn't really a sleepwalk. Well, it kind of was because he wasn't there. He was taking clonidine before when he was younger, when he first was diagnosed with the ADHD. He couldn't sleep at all. So they put him on a low dose of clonidine, which would knock him out, but then it wouldn't keep him knocked out. He would wake up, but he wasn't fully awake because it was such a heavy medication for him, I think, and he was very groggy. One time, the poor kid went to the bathroom and he fell and he hit his head on the toilet. And I told I said, no, something's got to give. So we put him on, what is that stuff called? It's a natural, the body makes it anyway. It's normal. It's
melatonin.
What makes it. Thank you. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. We put him on melatonin, which worked, and it was not as dangerous as that other stuff was. So
sometimes, like, I feel like a lot of doctors want to just prescribe a pill when you could just have some sleepy time tea and melatonin, and like that helps for a lot of people.
Well, it was dropping his blood pressure, and he would get like really lethargic. It was so weird.
Well, it's supposed to be a blood pressure medication,
right?
I mean, I was put on it for a little while when my doctor. I had been on opiate painkillers for my back for 11 years. And then my doctor retired, and the new doctor was like, no, I'm not even going to taper you off of it. We're just stopping. Here's some clonidine while you go through withdrawal.
So be it. So be it. Yeah, them things ain't no fun. Them opiate things, not a good deal.
I'm sticking with cannabis.
There you go. So this is some stuff that was posted. Andy found through Reddit. Reddit has a little bit of everything in it, and these are UFO encounters or sightings, I guess you could call it. Pretty interesting, to say the least. So we're going to start off with stuff like this, and we're going to move forward from there.
I do love me a good Reddit rabbit hole. There's so many.
There's so many of them, yeah.
I can get stuck in Reddit for days.
Yeah, because they just keep going on, and then there's subreddits, and then there's subreddits. It's like you could lose yourself within there, definitely, most definitely. So, all right, let's check it out. Well, that definitely doesn't look like anything that.
From here. Looks like a triangle.
It is a triangle with a red light in the middle.
Wow. Wow. That's a weird looking craft.
It is. The red light is right in the center of the triangle. That's unusual.
I gotta say, I've seen the diamond-shaped things, but I've never seen anything like that. Especially with the light in the middle. But
I bet Molly's seen them.
Probably.
Molly sees all the UFOs out there. It's a giant fidget spinner.
That's what it looks like, Kimber. You ain't lying.
It could be a drone, but it looks like it's pretty high up. It's hard to tell, though.
That's got a lot of lights on it in weird places for a drone, though. I've never seen a drone with that type of lighting on it.
That is weird. Now this is where you need to zoom in.
There's something right beside us here. There's stuff moving in the bushes beside us.
That is amazing.
I don't know. For some reason, I don't think that that's a UFO. To me, that gives, like, it reminds me of something like the Air Force would have or something. I don't know.
It didn't have a tail. That's what I noticed.
No.
It does seem to be moving rather quickly, though.
It is weird.
Definitely.
Did the post say where that one was? I know sometimes people just post videos, but sometimes people will say where it was.
Stabilized triangle UFO UAP. That's all it says. Oh, hi, we're carewell.com. Your go-to online. Yeah, no, that's just an advertisement. Here is a stabilization of the recent triangle UAP. I wanted to see the object zoomed in like the person in the audio can be heard saying. Here's a 250% and a 600% zoom as well as stabilization applied through Adobe After Effects. Interesting. Seems to have solid triangular body, kind of human-made device. I would agree. Why are UFOs following FAA rules? That's what I'm saying. It's the way the lights are blinking and all that. It just gives me something that's man-made.
It could be something that the military's been working on that they just haven't told us about yet.
That's kind of
I mean,
what I'm thinking.
That's how it was with the stealth bomber back in the day. Everybody
Yeah.
was like, what the hell is that thing? And finally the government was like, oh, that's ours.
The way the lights blinking underneath it, it just doesn't match up to me.
Looks like a triangle.
It is a triangle with a red light in the middle.
Wow. Wow.
It actually sounds like
It
you might
is.
be able to kind of hear like it might be a plane now that I
Yeah,
listen to
I
it.
was trying to pick up a
Kinda
sound
hear it.
on it.
Mm-hmm.
Kimber's pretty sure that it's a giant fidget spinner, guys. So we may have to go with that.
Hey, them aliens got ADHD too.
100%.
The red light is right in the center of the triangle. That's unusual.
Yeah. If you listen in the background, you can. It sounds like jet stream, almost in a sense. If you listen,
Maybe it's something new that the military is working on.
That's
I'd be
weird.
curious to see if anyone knows where it was. If there's like an air base nearby.
It is. The red light is.
it is definitely, most definitely, a triangle, though, which is strange. I've never seen any kind of an aircraft shaped like that perfectly, and having that many lights like that on it. It's got 3 points, 3 purplish lights, and 1 big red one in the middle. It's weird. Kimber thinks it's a stealth. I mean, it could be a new version of it. Angle hurts your back, though. Husband works in aerospace. He started laughing at me right now. Absolutely. Definitely aerospace designed aircraft. That's kind of what I was thinking too. All right. Moving on. Let's see what else we got here. Maybe. Excuse me.
It's kind of bold to be flying around during the day if it's supposed to be like some new secret military.
Well, it looked like it
Plane.
was getting close to dusk, so I don't know. So this is based, it says June 20th of 2024, so this was just a couple months back. DFW, OK, Oklahoma. I don't know. Let's
This
see.
one's just weird. I don't know if it's like what kind of thing it could be. It could be AI or, you know, some sort of CGI thing for all I know, but if it's real, it's weird.
Okay, so the POV is out of the window of an airplane. You see the wing over here?
Yep.
So somebody's taking this above the clouds and it's out the window of an airplane. So just so you guys don't get confused. There's 2 of them. There's one here and one here.
Yeah, see, at first when it was just one, I was thinking, like, is it possible that it could be ball lightning, even though ball lightning's pretty rare, but now to have 2 of them?
Yeah, unless it's one giant thing that's under the clouds and all we're seeing of these 2 lights, but the way they're moving, I don't think so.
Yeah, they're moving, so.
Right. You know, one of Molly's videos has something like that in it that you see in her backyard or front yard, or whatever it is. But I've seen it before, and it looks just like that with that light, the way it moves. So the next one we got UAPs in Cheyenne, Wyoming. So apologies if this shows up twice. I attempted to post it earlier and never did. I'm kind of new when it comes to posting on Reddit. If this doesn't work, I guess I'll go to YouTube with it. I should preface preface this potential sighting with two things. The first thing, that this was recorded last night. The next important thing I should add is that in the future, I have been planning on creating an analog. How some final details I can provide, whatever I saw last night. They were solid colors and looked very overall. There's some of this cut off. I'm sorry. Whether you choose to believe it or not, I'm posting the clips because I saw something last night. So I get it. All right, let's see. Let's see what this is now.
It might be interesting to also look at any comments that people
Yeah, that's
put
what I've
under
been
the
doing.
post. Yeah, to see if anybody can explain it.
All right, let's check this one out now. Is it? Am I wrong, or does this look like it's tumbling through the sky?
I think that's just the way it looks on camera, because I see things like that around here all the time. And at first it'll look like maybe a satellite, but it's moving like zigzag, and that's not how satellites fly. So like, what is it?
Right. Hummingbird. Yeah, we've done a version of one, but yes, absolutely. I love the Bermuda Triangle and all its stories. So we can go back and I can do a deeper, more in-depth story on one for a Friday night. 100%. Absolutely. Thank you.
There's a lot of triangles I'd like to do deeper dives on: Bermuda Triangle, Bridgewater Triangle, Bennington Triangle, Alaska Triangle. There's a lot of them.
There's even one for the Antarctic that I'm really interested in. We're going to be covering some stuff in the Antarctic that is extraterrestrial, possibly related.
Government conspiracy.
Government stuff. Yeah. So that's really an interesting thing for me. So yeah. And guys, that goes for all of you. Just like Hummingbird, if you have any ideas or preferences or anything you want to see or hear or talk about, throw it in my direction or give it to one of Andy or Molly or any of the crew in here. They'll get it to us one way or another, but please do. We did do Bridgewater once. But we only
There's
kind of
so much to that, though. I mean,
yeah,
we could talk about nothing but Bridgewater for a month.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot more, and like I said, when we covered it, there's a lot more to go back to. So yes, absolutely. We're gonna do a story on Doodlebug one night, and all about the Doodlebug part and like the paranormal aspects to her.
Is she gonna tell us about her home planet?
Maybe, if I can talk her into it and bring her up here. Maybe, I don't know, but we're gonna cover that story one night too, just so you guys know. Say what, you? I love you, Doodle. You know. All right, moving on with this. You keep your flute stories to yourself, Doodle. They need a better zoom lens on that. That could be nothing, truly, guys. I mean, it just looks like I said there. It looks like it's tumbling, but that could be like a falling star.
I don't think a falling star would last that long.
No, and it stops and starts a couple times too.
Right,
so.
And there's no like tail on it, like you would see from a meteor.
No. It could be. It looks like it's quite a distance away. It could be some kind of an aircraft. I don't know. That's different for sure. Let's see if there's anything here. Let me check. Got a bot message saying I need to make submission statement and comments. My statements last night saying I saw something I didn't recognize. There was 10 that passed through and I got footage. Okay, so there were 10 of these that went through and she only got footage of 3 of them. Wow.
Do you still have the sound on for the video? I'm just hearing like wind.
It's making the wind blow, sorry. Sorry about that. No sound. Very quiet. She said 10 of these went through, and she videoed 3 of them. Now it's coming back this direction.
There's also one at the top.
Yeah, up here. I just seen it go upwards. That's pretty wild. Very interesting. I would be interested to know what it is.
I don't know, but if anybody wants to come stargaze in my backyard, I can almost guarantee you'll see at least one.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Molly. Thank you, thank you. All right, moving on. Yeah. Unexplained circular lights in the sky, seeking answers and sharing my experience. Hey everyone, warm greetings from Assam, India. I wanted to share a strange and intriguing experience I had last night, and I'm hoping to find some answers, or at least to hear from others who might have witnessed something similar. The experience was last night, my cousin who lives about 10 kilometers away from my house in a rural town called me to look at the sky. He had noticed multiple white lights above the clouds moving in circular pattern. When I looked up, I saw the same thing, rotating white lights that were perfectly uniform. I was so awed by what I was seeing that it didn't even occur to me that I should record it. The video here is what my cousin had recorded, but the quality isn't great, and I do apologize for it. Oh, wow. See,
Yeah,
that's kind of what I was...
This is the one that I thought you were playing before when I said I don't know if it's like a CGI thing or if it's legit. If it's legit, it's freaking weird.
Yeah, this is what I thought the one we just looked at may have been. Let me see here. Watch the lights as they rotate.
দেখছো পুরা গোল গোল ঘুরতেছে।
I mean, at first you'd think like maybe it could be a type of spotlight from the ground, but you don't see the beam or anything. It's just those lights.
দেখছো পুরা গোল গোল ঘুরতেছে।
Are you muted?
Sorry. I do that all the time. It seems like everybody in the comments here is believing that these are spotlights.
Okay.
I can see why they would say that. I don't think they are. That's my
I
opinion.
kind of thought that at first, but usually you'll see like the beam shining
Right.
up into the clouds.
Exactly. That didn't make a lot of sense to me, but so be it. Oh, we watched that one already. Okay, hold on a minute here. Oh, these are all the same thing. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, and the stuff that I sent you before, I think it was 2 interviews with
that's we're gonna
abductees. Yeah.
Absolutely. And then I got some other stuff too for you guys. Let's see here.
You might want to drop a link to this guy's channel too, because it seems like he does talk with a lot of people who have claimed to have experiences, and I don't think he has a huge following.
Absolutely.
So if we'd like to all go sub up and help him out.
100%. I will do that too. All right, this comes from Miss Molly. This is I think this is her favorite paranormal channel. There's a lot of stuff this guy puts out that's really kind of interesting. So let's check this out real quick. Wait. Oh, it just came out of nowhere is what this is titled.
What's up, guys? Hope everybody's doing well and having a great day. In this video, I'm going to take you guys up to southern Alberta and eastern Idaho. I've got two videos
Echo.
from two different people that both saw some sort of a mysterious object in the daytime sky. Also in this video from the same general area, I'm going to show you guys what looks like a nearly perfect square in the daytime sky from southern Alberta. But first, over here at the homepage of the website, today's feature photo was sent in by Bernie out of Hawaii. That is one spectacular fiery orange sky at either sunrise or sunset. Checking in on the GOES X-ray flux over here at the Space Weather Prediction Center, you can see a upward trend in the solar activity, and more than likely the solar activity will continue to climb as these larger sunspots are starting to show themselves over here on the eastern limb of the sun. Scott shared a couple of videos from today. He sent in this video from this morning at 6:50 a.m. This is the earth facing side of the sun from Shelton, Connecticut. He also sent in a video from around 1 o'clock in the afternoon at 12:50, looking for these big active regions on the eastern side of the sun. And I'm sure as soon as they're visible, Scott will be one of the first to see them as he records the sun every day from Shelton, Connecticut. Here's a few of the sunspots that are facing the earth right now, but they're slowly turning away from the earth, and we're waiting on the large ones to again reveal themselves over here on the eastern limb. And more than likely, when they do, we'll probably see a significant increase in solar activity. Hopping over to the Yellowstone supervolcano caldera, looking at the seismographs that monitor the mighty supervolcano, still showing earthquake activity, persistent earthquake activity along the northern edge of the supervolcano caldera. Checking in on the power outage situation over here at poweroutage.us. Once again, Texas. See, the Starlink appeared to be red, white, and blue. And the only thing that I can come up with is the wildfire smoke was influencing the normally white light that you see whenever you see a Starlink satellite train fly over your location in the nighttime.
For those of you that aren't familiar, Starlink satellites are Elon Musk's internet service per se, and they have a tendency to kind of fly over, and you can see them as they're moving. And I think that's what they're referring to.
They look really cool, actually. I've seen them fly over a couple of times. It's cool, and a lot of people at first were like, "Oh my god, aliens!" It's like, no,
Right.
no, they're satellites.
But a lot of people mistake that for that because of the lighting and the way it moves over. But this is what they're saying. It just came out of nowhere. So I'm not sure what they believe this is.
Above their location. And in the video, you're going to see the Starlink appeared to be red, white, and blue. And the only thing that I can come up with is the wildfire smoke was influencing the normally white light that you see whenever you see a Starlink satellite train fly over your location in the nighttime sky. But due to all the thick wildfire smoke, notice the colors on the Starlink, they're really not there. That's because of the particulates in the atmosphere causing the white lights to look red and blue, as you'll see here at the end of the video right there. Look at how red those lights look. I'm pretty sure that's from the very thick plume of wildfire smoke that we see right there coming down from Canada right now as I do this video. And joining the wildfire smoke here soon is a fresh plume of Sahara sand that's left the western coast of the Sahara a few days ago, and it's right on schedule. Usually in June, July, and August, there's a persistent plume of sand particulates that travel across the Atlantic. So here real soon, we could have a combination of Sahara sand particulates mixed in with wildfire smoke from Canada, all above North America here in just a few days. I want to take you guys now up to southern Alberta. Video footage submitted by Gory from just a few days ago, and you're going to see a white object in the daytime sky, and he's going to show you that this is the only thing like it. That's what he's doing now. He's panning around the rest of the sky, showing that there's nothing else in the sky that looks like this thing that's situated right over here that remains stationary, doesn't move. I'm going to zoom in on this thing, whatever it may be, and I know from here it looks like a little cloud, right? Well, it's not a cloud. It's got some sort of a vapor trail, a persistent vapor trail coming out of the back side of this thing. That would be the left-hand side. I'm assuming that's the back. I don't know. It's kind of at an angle in the sky, as you'll see here in a minute when we zoom in. Again, this is not a cloud. It remains in the same shape. As you're going to see here in just a moment, there's another white object that appears behind this white thing, whatever it may be. I don't claim to know what it is, but it definitely piqued his curiosity, as it didn't look like a typical cloud sitting over there. Looks like something hovering in the sky with a vapor cloud around it, but it doesn't necessarily look like a typical cloud. It's not changing shape. It's not drifting through the sky. It remains in this location for an extended period of time. So what I'm going to do here is fast forward this.
That's not a cloud. Cloud formations have a tendency to drift, and they kind of very slowly will shape shift and move. This is interesting. I wish I could zoom this in. I can't.
Just a little bit.
this
This object
is
stays
definitely
in the same place.
What'd you say?
I was just saying it's definitely interesting.
Yeah,
At first I thought like maybe it was, you know, a meteor or something like that, but it's not moving like that.
well, with the mist around it, that's interesting. That's what catches my attention, or like vapor cloud, like you said. It's just sitting in one position. Any cloud, I've looked at cloud formations before, and they do shift a little bit here and there, and they have a tendency to dissipate and move and change shapes and stuff. This ain't doing that. It's just kind of one spot, not moving. There it is. It's weird.
It doesn't move side to side. It doesn't go up or down. It changes shape just a little bit, like some of the vapor wraps around this thing, and it turns into what looks like a cylinder over here in the sky. Truly bizarre. And as you're going to see here in just a minute, there's a white object that appears out of nowhere and stops right behind this thing, whatever it may be. Here it goes. Watch. You're going to see a white object just come out of nowhere right behind this thing that's starting to look like a cylinder in the daytime sky. Definitely piqued his curiosity to take a very long video. Right there it is. See it? Some sort of an object behind the white cylinder-looking object. And right here, I modified
Yeah,
the
that's
original
weird.
video, or at least part of it, and you can see that object right there stop behind what looks like a cylinder now over there in the sky. See it? Looks like a cylinder. Here I zoom in really tight, and you can see a continual vapor trail behind this thing. Really weird object over here. I'm zoomed in super tight right now, as close as I could get. You're going to see a black object here in just a second that's shaped like a square, stop right in front of it. I don't think this was a bird because it only appeared in one frame. I saw birds flying in the field of view, and they were in multiple frames. That was the only time that thing appeared in the field of view. And there it disappeared. It looked like a rectangle in the sky. And we saw a white one behind it just about a minute ago. And then that dark one appeared in the front of it. Notice how it's keeping the same shape. It looks like a cylinder. At times, you can see color coming off this thing. There you can see green and red, a little bit of blue. You can kind of see that vapor trail coming off the backside of this thing, whatever it may be. And there's a black object there. That could have been a bird, but again, it was only in one frame. And we're getting towards the end of the video, and this object is still in the same place. It didn't move the entire time. I don't know how long he watched this thing, but the video was, I think, over 3 minutes long. I condensed it just a little bit, but it's still there, and it still has that vapor trail that's coming off the backside of it, whatever it may have been, going from southern Alberta to eastern Idaho.
So this here, you guys, is our own Molly. If you see her name down here, she sent this into him. And I told you, she goes out and films this stuff all the time. Okay, I've got videos upon videos of this. So this is something she filmed and sent into him, and it's pretty interesting to say the least. Welcome, Richard. On we go.
And this video was sent in by Molly Drake. You can find the original video linked down below in the description box that she shared with me. This camera detected some sort of a white object in the daytime sky, not far from the object that you just saw. I mean, probably within a few hundred miles of each other. And here it is. It's not an airplane, because if it were an airplane, you'd easily be able to tell. It would be blinking, and it would be moving a lot faster than what this thing is. This looks like a solid white light moving through the sky, and it's moving pretty slow. I left it at the original speed. There's two segments. There's this segment here, and then the second segment where I zoom in on it really tight, looking for any possible features or anything like that. There it disappeared out of the field of view, and here I zoom in, and it's still the same speed, but you don't see anything different. In fact, the only thing you do see that does look different, it almost looks like at times that it's tumbling through the sky. It doesn't look like an airplane or a helicopter or anything like that. That's a pretty good size light, whatever, again, it may be.
What time of day was this, Molly? Somebody's asking, they're saying they're curious what time. Do you remember what time of day you filmed this? This is from a year ago, mind you. Hey, Salty. Good to see you tonight.
Hey, Salty.
If you can hear me, Miss Molly. Do you remember, Molly, what time it was during the day? Answer me.
Did Molly fall out the window again?
She does that. She just falls out the window. I don't think so. There it is. It was hold on. It was in the evening. I didn't film it personally. It was caught on my outdoor camera. There you go. So it was like the sun hadn't gone down, but it was in the evening hours. I don't think
You
it
don't
is.
claim to know what it
I don't think it's a lens reflection, Captain Jenks, because the way it's moving.
is.
Right, because if it's a
Accidental.
camera like that, it's like a security camera or a ring cam. It's stationary, and this object is moving. So
Absolutely.
She saw this on a camera up in eastern Idaho, not far from a mysterious white object that was spotted in the sky above southern Alberta. So, quite possibly something going on in that part of the world. I want to share with you guys another thing from this part of the world up here in southern Alberta, a sky square. If I called it anything else, it wouldn't be what it is. That's what this photo is showing us out of Medicine Hat, Alberta. Photo sent in by Mike. He shared 2 photos of this square in the sky. The photos are from June of 2023, just a few days ago. Look at that. Perfect 90-degree angles in the daytime sky clouds. And when you look at this, you ask yourself, how does that happen? I mean, the clouds around it all look natural. They all look like normal daytime clouds. But you have these 90-degree angles that are just totally obvious. That's what compelled him to take these photos that are enhanced right here. I just kind of enhanced them for presentation.
That is pretty wild. I'm sure that clouds typically will form around things. I don't know. Anybody have any ideals with this?
I have no idea. I mean, clouds can be weird, man. Like it could be something that's totally natural. It just looks weird. It could be a glitch in the matrix. It could be, all kinds of things. It could be something that has an invisible force field.
Yeah, I've seen clouds that have shelving and they make themselves look like other things because of the way they form. But this looks pretty. It's pretty perfectly squared. That's definitely different.
Purposes, that's all. Just looking at the unique 90-degree angles in the daytime sky above Medicine Hat, Alberta, from just a few days ago. Photos submitted by Mike, and this is the original. I zoomed in on it, and you can see the perfect square in the daytime sky above Alberta. And here's an example of anti-crepuscular rays sent in by William out of Washington. I had some people comment and say they see these almost every day. And
Now, first off, that's really pretty, but look at that. That's wild, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really cool. And we get, rays and clouds that look like that out here a lot.
Sure. Yeah. Very pretty, though.
And I suppose it depends on what part of the world you live in. I know in some parts of the world, you don't see these every day. And this photo was taken by William from back in 2016. He doesn't see these every day, and he was compelled to take these at sunset. And this is looking to the east as the sun was setting in the west. Great photo by William out of Washington. Thanks for the photos and videos, guys. Keep them coming. If you guys have any photos you'd like to share, you can send those to.
That sun was pretty wild, too. Thank you, Molly, for that. I appreciate you very much.
Someone that's in the Discord, remind me to send you my cloud pictures at some point. I got some really cool pictures of some clouds from a few years ago. They were just weird looking.
Okay, so this was taken 3 days after the last video that was showed to us, she said. Let me see here. What did I do? 1 second, guys. So this is a still video, I'm guessing. 1 second here.
Did you see what Richard's been saying down in chat?
No, I didn't get a chance to. What's going on?
Seems like Richard has some pretty cool stories he'd like to share sometime.
Sure, absolutely.
He was talking about experiences with possession at one point, and saying that he would like to share his stories.
Sure thing. Absolutely. It's what it's about. That's what we do. The video with the lighting. Yeah, I got you, Molly. So that's pretty bright there. And then there's that too. Interesting. Thank you, Molly. Again. Yeah, I'll see if once we get through what we had scheduled, Richard, if everybody's interested, if you want to hear that, throw one in the chat. If you guys want to get into some of that stuff as well tonight, let me know and we can get into it, please. And thank you. All right, let's move on to the other stuff now. So let's see here. So this is an interview. Okay, Richard. We got some ones. Everybody's looking interested. So there we go. Cool. So this is an interview. It's a ET contactee talks about onboard experiences. February 17th of 2023. So this is somebody that claims to have been abducted. And had an experience aboard a UFO, I'm guessing. So this should be interesting. Very interesting. Let's see what we got here. Thank you for this, Andy. Andy produced this, so very cool. And on we go.
Oh, this is the guy that if you want to drop his link.
Yes.
Welcome everyone to tonight's episode of Profound States. I'm your host, Charles Michael Mike Beaver. Tonight we have a special guest, Debbie Solaris. Debbie, let me change it. Okay, Debbie Solaris is a galactic historian, an ET contactee, starseed intuitive, an interdimensional traveler, certified Akashic records reader, star guide, gifted intuitive, using information channeled from her Arcturian and plans to heal and assist.
Sorry, I dropped the link right here already. Profound States 8252 is the one. I got the echo. Sorry, guys.
Others on their own spiritual journeys. She's based in Colorado and provides readings and other intuitive services to clients all around the world. After a fateful extraterrestrial contact experience a few years ago, Debbie awakened to her true star lineage and higher calling. Through her ancestral connections with the Akashic records, she has been receiving downloads of galactic historical information and universal spiritual knowledge ever since. She feels that it's a big part of her mission while on Earth to help awaken others to their own true divine selves and cosmic origins. She was recently featured on Beyond Belief Radio, on the Beyond Belief Radio show with George Norrie, and on Open Minds with Regina Meredith on Gaia TV Conscious Media. She offers visually appealing, multimedia-rich classes.
Guys, some of this stuff can be out there, not just with this, but just in general. Some of the stuff we look at can definitely be out there. It's up to you how you perceive it and interpret it. And there's no shame in it either way, whether you like it, don't like it, agree with it, disagree with it, think it's bullshit or think it's real. Either way, that's your right and your feeling. So just telling you.
And just take it with a grain of salt.
Exactly. Whatever you think
watch
it is.
It for entertainment purposes.
100%. Some people really do feel that this is the real thing. Some people are 100% opposite of that. Some people are in between. It doesn't matter either way. We're all doing this for fun anyway. So check it out.
Webinars and presentations on extraterrestrial life and culture, galactic history, and ancient civilizations. And she also offers light worker enrichment workshops. And her website is www.debbiesolaris.com. Welcome to tonight's show, Debbie Solaris.
Thank you for having me. And I lost your video, so I don't know if there's something on your end or.
Well,
know,
your video is coming and going. And
okay.
since we've already reset my modem, I don't know that we want to do that again.
Yeah, no, I don't think we need to do that again. I'm just letting you know I can't see you, so
at all?
Sure at all, yeah.
Well, I can see you come and go. You're coming and going. And when you're not live, it shows a frozen picture of you. But you should we should still be able to just do the audio portion, even if the video comes and goes.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Well, let's just plan to do this on an audio basis then. But I'll keep my video up, in the meantime.
Well, so let's just get started. So, tell me, what was the first strange thing that happened to you in your life, or interesting thing, or how far back does your memory go to when you were a child, and anything happen to you when you were really young, or anything like that?
Not really. Really had, I would say, pretty ordinary childhood. Like a lot of starseeds, I always had that feeling of, oh, I don't feel very connected to things here, or I don't feel like I belong here. I feel like I came from somewhere else. But of course, I didn't have the background of information back then that I do now. So it was just kind of like just passing feelings. Not like I got any downloads of information. But I don't think I really started awakening until about a month before my 50th birthday. So this was about, I don't know, probably about 10 years ago now. This is back in 2012. I was raised in a Roman Catholic family. We didn't talk about the paranormal. So I really, wasn't that focused on the ufology ET agenda. Now my husband is very interested and was always very interested in those things. So when I started dating him, he more or less exposed me to some of that information. But even back then, I was very skeptical. I wasn't a big UFO believer at all. I didn't think aliens really existed. Well, I had my own experience. And I would be the last person, I would say, that would ever think that I would have any kind of experience like that. Like I said, I had a very ordinary upbringing. Never had any special, psychic or intuitive gifts, back then. So when I did have my experience, it was very life-changing. It totally changed the entire trajectory of my life ever since then. So to explain, I would say as succinctly as possible what happened to me, I was starting, I think, to get exposed to, just things that were happening in 2012, with the Mayan calendar change, this change into this new age, and things that were going on in the planet. And I was pretty concerned, as somebody, I always kind of joke that I'm a spiritual warrior, and not a spiritual warrior. So I was always worrying about things. So I was worried for the planet. It just seemed like things were changing and not going in the right direction. So one night I went to sleep, and or I was trying to go to sleep, but I couldn't sleep, and so I stayed up all night praying to the universe, or praying to higher dimensional beings, asking for divine intervention for the path for planet Earth. We needed assistance here. Because I was concerned about wars, about the degradation of the environment, the economic situation, so all of it. And so
absolutely, Joe. I'm the same type person. Absolutely, you got to have an open mind to everything, in my opinion. But Right. I do agree with that. Good point, sir.
I sent out a prayer to God, Jesus, Mother Mary, the Ascended Masters, and even Galactic Brothers and Sisters, even though I wasn't even sure they existed. And just kind of sent it out and was thinking, okay, I said a prayer and I forgot about it. And about 2 weeks, approximately 2 weeks after my sleepless night with the prayer, I went to sleep as normal. And
Maybe Captain Jack.
when it came to consciousness, I found
Yes, it is.
in an alternate dimension, and it looked like I was on board some sort of a starcraft. And I, I mean, everything was so fantastical that I didn't even have time to be scared or to
Gotcha,
be
Richard.
fearful. I was just kind of trying to take it all in, trying to figure out what was going on. And I noticed that this starship I was on seemed it seemed very organic. So what didn't look like starships that you find, say, in a sci-fi movie. So it didn't look like anything from Star Wars or Star Trek or any sci-fi movies that people usually associate with starships. And it was very kind of light. It was comprised of light and some sort of plasma-like fluid material, but it didn't have enough of a structure to where, yeah, it looked like a starship. And I was seeing it from the inside. Obviously I was inside the craft. So I could tell that that there was a sentence about the ship because it kept like directing me towards a specific space, and so I was just kind of following along. And eventually, I found myself in this very large room or space, and I encountered about 4 or 5 extraterrestrial beings. And I have like a very clear memory of everything that happened. Even 10 years later, it still feels like this is something that happened yesterday. And at the time, I knew right away these are not Earth beings. I mean, they looked like extraterrestrials. If I had to describe what they looked like, they had humanoid features, but kind of larger heads, large eyes, but not great alien-like. Kind of small. I mean, they were maybe about my height. I'm only 5 foot, so maybe a little smaller. But their auras were so huge that when I couldn't even look at them directly. I mean, it was so bright. It was a lot of colors, and so eventually I did. I was trying to formulate questions in my head, like, I don't even know if these beings speak English. I was having like all these thoughts. I don't even know how to communicate with them, and so I was formulating thoughts in my head, like questions I wanted to ask them. And even before I could finish the question in my head, they were answering my questions telepathically. So none of us opened our mouths and how to open our mouths. We were all communicating with each other telepathically, which was pretty freaking amazing. And evidently, there is no language barrier when you're communicating telepathically. And it was probably one of the most amazing. I mean, it was the most amazing experience I've ever had in my life. So obviously, I asked them, where am I? What is this? Who are you? Why am I here? Because I'm not anybody special. Why you have me here? And they answered all my questions. And they told me they were Arcturians from the Bodas constellation, from the star system of Arcturus. And they even showed me in a kind of a large holographic sphere that they had in the space that we were in. So they were showing me like a star map of where this place is located. And they told me the reason why they had me there was because they heard my prayer. And they were impressed, by my concern for planet Earth, and felt like it was time for me to really know what was going on. So I asked why me, because, like I said, I'm nobody special. I'm not like a UFO enthusiast, not a spiritual person. And they told me it was because of my soul connection and genetic connection with the Arcturus star race. That I'm part of their family, that I had chosen as a soul to be on a mission on planet Earth. And it and I mean, this was shocking to me. I was taking all this in. I was like, it was like so shocking that I didn't even know what to think at the time. Because, like I said, I had a very ordinary upbringing. I didn't even really have a metaphysical path. Even before I had this experience. So so just to kind of make the story go by a little faster for your listeners and your viewers is they answered a lot of my questions about planet Earth, about what's really going on. The word that they used a lot, they used this like I think at least 4 or 5 times, was that everything that we see in the 3D is an illusion, and that not to be worried about things that are seemingly going really bad on planet Earth, because they had things under control. That the thing that they told me was that all of us that are on the path, that are light workers or star seeds or whatever you want, whatever title you want to use, was protected, and so they said that my family was protected. And at first I thought they meant my immediate family, my Earth family, but they were really talking about my light worker family, like all of us were protected. And so they gave me a lot of reassurance. And they kind of joked sometimes. Like sometimes I would ask a question, and they would kind of make a little bit of fun, but they weren't really putting me down or anything. It was just like because of my Earth conditioning. So just to give you an example of that, I was asking them. They were showing me images of what in this holographic sphere about, and it was a hologram. So when you were in it, you felt like you were really experiencing it. So they were showing me like an image of what Earth could be like, if we made different choices here on planet Earth. And they showed me this very kind of organic view of Earth, where, we had houses that were integrated in the environment, and people were growing their own food, and there wasn't big cities anymore. There was smaller communities, and it was all very organic, and people would teleport their way they would teleport to different places. There was no need for airplanes and transportation anymore, because you could just teleport yourself to wherever you wanted to go. And it was such a beautiful image that I started crying, and I asked them if this was just for rich people. And they laughed at me, because of course it was for everybody. So they did have a sense of humor, and it was very reassuring to hear that things were under control, that things weren't going to hell in a handbasket, completely, even though that was the appearance of the way things were going on planet Earth. So they showed me around the ship, and they kind of cut me loose, let me wander on my own for a while, and I ended up in kind of like a big atrium space where there was hundreds of other extraterrestrial beings. This ship was huge; it was like a city-sized ship. So there was actually hundreds of beings of various extraterrestrial races, not just Arcturians, that were on the ship. And it was weird, because I would look at these various humanoid, most of them were kind of humanoid looking, and I was like, oh, there's a group of Syrians, or oh, there's a group of Pleiadians. I mean, it was just, weird how I knew that. And then there was a weird thing where they had like these light shafts that would transport, because the space was so huge, they would transport people across the space. It looked like a rainbow like light shaft. And I was trying to get on this light shaft, several times, kept being thrown off of it, until a Pleiadian looking being that caught me, when I was thrown off like the third or fourth time, telepathically told me that I needed to set intention of where I wanted to go first before stepping onto the light shaft, which I did. And
It does
then
make you think, sir.
transporting me across the space. And then the next thing I knew, I woke up and I was back in my bed. And a lot of people, were telling, say like, well, maybe that's just
That's interesting, Captain.
But my answer to that is I knew it wasn't a dream, because everything was hyper real. I mean, when you're having a dream, even a lucid dream, there's kind of a nebulous feeling or imagery with the dream. This was so crystal clear. I mean, like I said, I remember
Where are you going, Tomboy?
Even the details of the ship, the details of these beings were crystal clear. You could see the auras around things. And so, colors were more brilliant. So I knew this wasn't a dream. And I had another experience on board the same starship in December. So my first experience was in May, the end of May. And then my second experience was in December, where I was on board the same thing happened. I fell asleep, was in a different consciousness, was on board the ship in the same orientation room I was in before with the Arcturians, except the second time I was communicating with two Pleiadian beings, a male and a female. I recognized the male because he was the one that was helping me with the light shaft, the first time. And they were telling me a little bit more personal information about my family, my Earth family, and about certain people that I know, even my cat. I mean, it was just kind of weird, but It was a much shorter visit, and then the same thing happened. I woke up and was back in my bed. So I did notice that after I had these experiences, I was starting to have, it was like my extrasensory perception, my intuitive psychic gifts that just got turned on. So we're going to ask me a question. I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. I was going to stop you because your voice is not, I can hear you, but it's not perfect. And what I thought we could do is just stop this recording. It'll still retain it if I stop it properly, and then we can just go to audio, straight audio, because your face is all frozen anyway. So
okay, let me just I'll cut off the.
let me stop. Well, you want to try it without the video that way?
Yeah, let's try that and see if it makes the connection better.
Let me
see your video anyway. So
I stop my videos. So let's see here. Without stopping the recording, I should be able to stop the video, right?
Oh yeah, I just did it. Yeah.
How do you turn the video off?
I just clicked that little button where with the camera button.
Okay. All right.
It didn't disconnect the call, so it just disconnects the video.
Your voice sounds clear now. So
good.
we'll just go this way and see if that.
Yeah, let's just do this. Yeah. So so where do you want me to pick up from the?
Actually, it still sends video. Is it? You think it's still sending video back and forth? What do you think?
No, I don't think so, because I'll see your video and mine's turned off.
All right. Well, keep going then.
Okay.
Okay. So first of all, I do have a question or two. So you said you fell asleep before these things happened. What makes you think, other than the fact that your psychic skills increased, what makes you think they weren't just dreams?
Like I mentioned before, it was because of the clarity of the experience where things were crystal clear. I never had a dream like that.
Okay, well, let me play devil's advocate a little more.
Yeah.
Instead of playing devil's advocate, the real devil's advocate, let me jump to the other side.
Okay.
There is people get taken physically and they also get taken astrally. So if you started off in the dream world, they could have taken you without your body, and just for argument's sake, let's say you died, right? And on the other side, you met them, you went through the tunnel, and instead of the light on the other side of the tunnel, all of a sudden there's a spaceship on the other side of the tunnel. Now, people say when they die that on the other side it's more real than here. So, and you were saying that is it just as real or more real, or what was it?
It was real.
Andy, I'll be right back. I got to step away for a second.
Okay.
Like very real. Like I call it hyper reality.
Okay, so it was more real. So now the next question is, do you think you were physically taken or astrally taken, or what? Which one?
I think it was more of an out of body experience. Like
okay, so you don't think you were in your physical body?
No, I don't think so. I when I look at myself, like I would look at my hands when I was on board the ship. I mean, I still had my hands, so there was some semblance of my physicality that was there as far as what I think my physical body looks like, but I don't think I was physically there. I think it was an out of body experience. Like my consciousness was,
So do you think what happened was, you were like, you might have been dreaming or not dreaming, that's really unimportant, but at some point you went out of body or astral projected, you went to their realm. So do you think they are physical, or if they have the ability to go back and forth, or what do you think about them?
I think they were in a higher dimensional state.
Right. That's what I figured you would say. Okay. Yeah. So you went out of your body, and instead of going in like a lower astral realm, you either went to the upper astral realm or you went to a higher realm, higher dimension than the astral.
And I had exactly. And I had this feeling like they were pulling their vibration down just to interact with me.
Right. But you went up and they went down.
Exactly.
And met in the middle.
So they kind of met in the middle. Yeah.
So when you met them, everything appeared physical there, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was a sense of structure. It wasn't like really super nebulous. I mean, there was a room. There was, maybe some form of furniture in the room, or maybe some chairs or something. Seating. So it looked physical, but just the way that everything kind of shifted, it kind of felt like it wasn't like structured, or it wasn't made out of materials that we would recognize here on Earth. So it wasn't metallic at all. It was more like plasma-like, but there was enough of a structure where you didn't feel like you were just floating out in space. You were in an actual room.
And so when you first appeared on the craft for the first time,
yeah,
take us through the actual moment by moment. What kind of, were you in a big room, a small room, colors, aliens present, all the details?
When I first arrived, it felt like I was in some sort of a hallway or an entryway. It's kind of hard to explain it, but it didn't feel like I was in a big space. It just felt like I was in some sort of a hallway or a passageway. And the colors were, brilliant. It was just like, I can even describe them because some of them were colors I'd never even seen, that are outside the color spectrum here on Earth. And there was enough. There was a floor. There was enough of a structure where I didn't feel like, oh, I'm floating here. It just felt like, oh, I was being led. And it's hard to explain how the ship was leading me. It just kind of felt like it was guiding me to a bigger space.
So did you feel like you were talking to the ship?
Yeah, I felt like there was kind of a guidance. It wasn't really like communication like words, So,
but it was telepathy, some type of telepathy.
Telepathic, yeah, totally, yeah. Kind of felt like it was silently guiding me to this alternate space within the ship.
So did you hear words, or did you get visual impressions in your mind, or what kind of communication? When people say telepathy, they say it comes in a lot of different flavors. There's
oh yeah,
there's images. There's some people say it comes so fast that they can hardly keep up with it. And do you give us a flavor of your telepathy?
With the ship, it was more like images. Or this clairsentient feeling of, oh, it's guiding me, but it wasn't like actual language or words. It was just this feeling and some imagery.
But you found yourself in a larger space with lots of aliens at some point, right?
Yeah, at the end of my experience. Initially, when I was in the orientation room, after the ship led me there, I was in there with 4 or 5 other extraterrestrials. So
describe
that was. I'm sorry.
Describe them.
Like I said, they were larger heads. They looked humanoid, but definitely not from Earth. Larger heads, kind of greenish blue skin tone. It's kind of hard to tell because the auras they had were so bright that, like, a lot of times I couldn't look directly at them. I had to sneak glances at them through periphery. Like sometimes I would, catch glimpses of them, what they looked like behind the auras. But the beings were larger eyes. They had pupils and irises. They had 4 or 5 fingers. It was kind of hard to tell. They looked like streamlined versions of humans, but not great aliens. Their features were different than what I've seen great aliens depicted as, where it was a little bit more refined, maybe higher cheekbones. They seem very friendly beings. I wasn't afraid of them.
So when you say they were bright, what kind of brightness was coming off? The colors, or a light, or what was bright?
Their auric fields, like they had like an aura around them.
So you could see their auras.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
And what colors were their auras? A bunch of different colors?
A bunch of different colors. Like I said, it was like the ship where you couldn't. There were colors I've never seen. Like I said, it was. There's some obviously that we would recognize, like the purples and blues and I don't know, some golds, but there was also some colors I couldn't even describe.
Had you ever seen auras prior to this event?
Experience? No.
So that was you saw their auras, and it was the first time you'd ever seen anybody's aura, right?
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, like I said earlier, I didn't have any spiritual gifts. It was like I wasn't trained, metaphysically. I follow spirituality.
And they told you they were from Arcturus, yes?
That's what they told me.
And they spoke to you telepathically.
Yeah, I was formulating questions in my head because trying to, think I could ask them, and before I could finish the question in my head, answering my questions, but they're answering it telepathically. Now, the Arcturians communicated differently than the ship did. So the ship was kind of showing like some images, or this clairsentience feeling, but with the Arcturians, they were using actual language along with visual images. So, and yet they also had this holographic sphere within that we were all kind of within. It was like this huge sphere in this room that they were showing me. So it was kind of like I was experiencing what they were showing me, which is hard to describe, but kind of like, let's say you're inside a video game, like there's an avatar aspect of you that's inside a video game. That's kind of how it felt like there was some sort of reality to it. But it was technology I've never seen.
But you said you were in a sphere. Is that what you said?
Well, it was kind of like a sphere, like a hologram, like they would show me images within the sphere. But it also felt like you were experiencing the images they were showing you. So
right. So since I think you said you were on a higher, you felt like you were on a higher dimension when you were on the ship, and so
yeah.
Is there something about the whole experience that like the dimension itself, which you think is not unique to their ship or them, which are there things you could say about, first of all, what do you have any idea what dimension it was? And second, was there anything about the whole experience that you could say is like this dimension is X, Y, or Z that you think goes beyond their ship? Does that ring a bell?
Never really. I mean, they never told me what dimension I was in, so I don't know if I can answer that. I know it was at least fifth dimension, if not higher. I mean, this is my first time experiencing higher, so I didn't know what dimension I was in. But
so you had your first experience. How many aliens did you meet on the first time?
Actually, face to face me. There was the 4 or 5 Arcturians, and then the Pleiadian that was in the huge atrium-like space. That but I saw a lot of aliens, so it wasn't those the only aliens that were on board the ship. Those are the ones I personally interacted with.
So can you name their names, or did they give you their names?
They might have, but
you don't remember everything.
Yeah, I don't remember like every single detail. Yeah.
So that was your first in your first experience. Did you go through all throughout the ship, or how much time did it feel like?
I was there for a while. I mean, how long that was, it was hard to say because the time didn't seem linear. It seemed like time was moving faster or slower. I don't know. I mean, obviously, when I woke up the next day, it was the next day. So, obviously, I was maybe in space for 7 hours of our time, but I can't even tell you how long time I was there in accordance with their time because it felt like I was there for a while.
But you think they told you mentally or telepathically that they were from Arcturus?
Yeah, they did tell me that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that was, and they didn't give you any names, and so they were. Describe them one more time, please.
They had. They weren't super tall, so a lot of times extraterrestrials people describe them as being tall. These beings weren't tall. I'm only 5 foot, and they were maybe at least my height, maybe smaller. I don't know. Like it's hard to tell because of the bright auras, but they had larger heads, larger eyes. Eyes had irises and pupils. They didn't look like the black gray alien eyes at all.
I remember that.
Yeah, and kind of very. They had noses, but very minimal. High cheekbones. Kind of a bluish greenish cast of their skin. But I couldn't tell if that's their actual skin tone or maybe it was just a reflection from the aura. But it did appear bluish green, and they kind of black hair. I don't know. It was kind of hard to.
Did their skin shimmer, or did they have any suits on?
It looked like they had clothing on. It's kind of hard to tell. Maybe jumpsuits. I don't know.
But you said their skin was bluish green.
Bluish green, and they had it was kind of shimmery a little bit.
So did you have you seen Elena Danon's book Gift from the Stars? Something.
Oh, yeah, I have that book. Yeah.
Okay. Have you gone through it and tried to find your aliens?
I mean, they look like classical Arcturians, because I've read, we.
So this is, I guess it's about an abduction, but as this woman has, I don't know, how would you explain this, Andy?
She is saying that she what they call a star seed, which, I mean, some people have different definitions of what that is. Oftentimes it's somebody who has some type of psychic power or abilities, and are able to make contact with interdimensional beings.
Yeah, she's made claims that there's been yes, that she was taken aboard a ship of sorts, and then there was no conversating; it was just all telepathic speaking. So
Right. And she also talked about how it seemed like everything was more of like an energy than like a physical ship.
yeah,
That there was a lot of it was like an energy thing.
right.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to hear her. The sound quality is not great
Yeah, it's really
on this
crappy.
guy's channel. I don't know if he's like just starting his channel. He doesn't have a whole lot of people. Maybe he doesn't have a whole lot of experience doing these.
Well, it's either that or it's her stuff. You know, one of the two.
Yeah.
They're struggling with it, so it's kind of
If
hard
you
to
want to move on to another one, you can. But
We
it is
can, yeah.
interesting, though. One thing that she had said, it was kind of weird. It reminded me of this dream that I had like 5 years ago, where I went to sleep, and then next thing I knew, like it was super, super vivid, and it was like daytime, and I was above the house, and I could look down, and then there was this like a woman with me in the sky, and there was like this almost like a hole in the sky to where I could see into this other place. And the colors were like super vivid. It was like almost like glowing, and it was a lot of like, there were trees, but they were like gold and green. And this this woman told me that I could either go back home or I could go with her. And I told her that I wanted to go back home because I didn't want to leave my parents. I knew it would be hard on them if I left. And I always wondered, like, it was one of those things where it was like so vivid that it's like, was that a dream, or like, did something actually communicate with me? Like, was this a like astral projection type of thing? Like, what happened? But it's interesting that some of what she was describing is like what I experienced. You're muted.
Absolutely is what I was saying. So, let's see. Yeah, we're talking about aliens and stuff like that tonight, Carl. Thank you for joining us. So we do have something else here that I had. And this came via News Nation. It was kind of interesting.
Nation special.
Yes, Paula. That was on the insides of my ankles.
This is an interview with a scientist that they did in regards to something that I thought was kind of interesting after I read it. Hold on.
Oh, it's 11:22.
Yep. Sorry, folks. Every night. All right, let's play this. I have something that's a little off.
Joining us now is
something else I could throw in too that's a little off key from what we're doing tonight, but it's still kind of interesting, I thought. So, but anyway, let's look at this first and a couple other things that we have to talk about it.
Joining us now is News Nation special correspondent Ross Coulthard. Good morning. I've been looking forward to talking to you. How are you?
Good morning, Anna. At long last, we have some scientists who are able to demonstrate good science to prove anomalous phenomena is potentially real. That's the significance of what Dr. Jim Segala tells me on this week's Reality Check.
Yes, and Dr. Jim Segala, he's been featured on the hit show Skinwalker Ranch, which a lot of our viewers are familiar with. What are some of the otherworldly reports he's actually been able to verify with that proof and evidence?
Well, a lot of it is it's very clever. A lot of people were reporting phenomena. And one of the great dilemmas is the debunkers always say, where's the evidence? How do you prove this? And so what Jim conceived was a system where and the incredible thing that Jim has discovered, which I think is potentially very scientifically significant, is that he was able to predict with an incredible accuracy of 4.8 sigma, which is a very high degree of accuracy, when these anomalous events were going to occur.
So it's a way to prove what they're going through and kind of predict, per se, that something's going to happen. That's how I'm taking this.
This is really interesting.
Uh-huh.
Because I've always believed that when you have an experience like that, where you see what you interpret as a ghost or even a UFO, an alien, other things, that it's all just like beings that are always around us. In my personal belief, they're always there. It's just that they're a different vibration level, a different dimension. Sometimes we can see them, sometimes we can't.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, that's pretty. This is really interesting to me, actually. Hey, Karma, welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah, most definitely, Salty. Excuse me. Oh, really, Karma? Awesome. Hello, Miss Teresa.
Well, it's just fascinating. It makes the hair on your arms stick up a little bit. Let's take a listen. I want to hear from him. How does Dr. Segala describe how UAPs could leave a magnetic footprint and how he collects data? Let's hear from him.
Have you been anywhere where a craft or some kind of UAP has whizzed by and you've seen a change in a magnetic field or any other of these correlative sensor data sets?
Interesting, Molly. Very interesting.
We've done this it started in, say, 2018. We've done this for quite a bit of time now. And I think at this point, we have over 600 instances where we have something verified out in the environment that we've recorded either video or seen through, cell phones or something like that. And at the same time, recorded something with the equipment that allowed us to correlate those two together. And then on top of that, looking back at the people, having them report that within some period of time afterwards, they would have some type of change to their body that indicated that something energetic went by them.
Do you feel like he's really changing the game here?
It is quite dramatic, Anna. I find the evidence that Jim's gathered, he's a really good, solid scientist. He's exactly what's needed in this area, because everybody always whines, where's the data? Where's the empirical evidence? Well, here it is. And what he's saying is that there is a definitive link between reported anomalous phenomena and what he is picking up on his sensor systems. And the interesting thing, Anna, it's not just people like Jim that have been looking at this. After he did his research, the Defense Department conducted a secret study, and they looked at this phenomena very, very seriously indeed. So whatever the government says about UFOs or paranormal phenomena, it's taking it very seriously. And
so basically, something I thought we probably already had, it sounds to me like they have a detection system to know that if something paranormal, obviously it's a little bit everything, whether it be extraterrestrial or poltergeist activity or something, they have a way to detect it, that it's happening, even in a sense before it's happening. Some kind of a sensor thing that he put together will alert them and show them what it is. That's pretty wild.
Well, if you think about it, in theory, it's all energy. It's just energy. So they just needed to figure out what kind of sensors would pick up on that energy. It's like when you go ghost hunting and you have an EMF reader. These guys, it seems like they've been able to develop something that can detect even more than just electromagnetic fields.
Well, what I'm getting at is that, and Salty said it too, that they use a lot of this on Skinwalker Ranch. So there you go. In itself, how much money's been invested into that. So,
and that place has a bit of everything going on.
A little bit of everything. It's got to be sitting right on the ley lines, in my opinion. So, yeah, 100%. That's pretty interesting, to be honest with you guys.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's starting to make more headlines too. Ross Coulthard, thank you so much for joining us, waking up early.
Very interesting piece of info going into relating to the topics that we speak about on Fridays typically. Interesting at the very least to say. All right, give me a second.
Absolutely, Richard. That's something that I've been saying for a long time, is that it's all energy. Everything is just made up of energy, and that I absolutely believe that there are various planes and dimensions. We just need to learn how to tap into it to be able to see the other ones.
Now, this next thing we're going to listen to is said to be, by the narrator, a true situation that happened, a true story, whatever you want to call it. It's kind of interesting to hear. It's all audio. There's a visual pattern, but it's not like visual of the actual event. So I thought it was kind of interesting when I heard it. So let me make sure you guys can hear it too. Good Lord.
That's what it kind of sucks trying to find, like, stuff that we can watch here because of copyright and stuff. But also a lot of these channels that do paranormal stuff, it's just podcasts.
Basically, yeah.
It's just audio.
Absolutely. Which is still, in my opinion, I still love listening to these stories that people are telling. I mean, it's always nice to have something visual to refer to, but the stories themselves are really mind-opening, in my opinion. So
we can still, have commentary on it.
Absolutely. All right, on we go.
My name is Ron Hoffman, and this is a true story of what I call my missing 3 hours that started on July 1st and ended on July 2nd, 1966. July 1st, 1966, in the early morning, NASA launched Explorer spacecraft 33, a satellite that was to provide data on solar plasma energetic particles and magnetic fields in the upper atmosphere.
Just to give you guys a heads up on this brings a white owl into this story, okay? I think Karma just threw this up here. She's right. The movie The Fourth Kind, which was based off of written information and supposed or alleged, I should say, true experiences, okay? In that movie, they bring the white owl in regards to alien encounters. It was a pretty good movie, and it was, again, based on
very, very loosely based.
Yeah. Some of the other stuff wasn't, but the story itself was based loosely on notated information of experiences. So that's a good point.
I thought it was a cool movie though. But yeah, a lot of people do think that it's like a legit true story, and
not all of
that.
It's
not.
Right.
It's not.
Right. Yeah, it was based on true events, but they added their own little pieces of Hollywood information to it to make it look better. That's all they did.
I believe it was also like bits and pieces from stories of like multiple people.
Yes.
And they blend it all together and add some special effects for Hollywood. And
got it. Hollywood always has to make it a little bit more than what it is. So you know how it is. But yes, true events that came from different stories. So yes. All right.
July 2nd, 1966, France tested their first nuclear bomb. It was said the calm of French Polynesia's Mururo atoll was shattered by an explosion of unbelievable force.
Something that, since this is explaining, I want to tell you guys something. I've read a lot about this kind of stuff just because it's one of those things I've always been attached to, interest, wise. A lot of the stories that I've read about alien or UFO sightings or whatever, UAP sightings, whatever you want to call it, okay? A lot of that stuff the sightings have been recorded as happening around military events, military installations, high energy, for instance, a bomb testing, high energy impact.
Also like erupting volcanoes, and earthquakes, and
anything like that. There have been a lot of recorded sightings of UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call. a lot of these stories have that type of a scenario. So I thought that was rather quite interesting. Like really interesting that just kind of coincides with each other. So I just wanted to make
Again, oh, sorry. I was just going to say it's interesting if you go back to the belief that it's like another dimension and everything's energy based and everything, and we just can't see them, but they're always here. We can't always see them. So if like a bomb is going off or a volcano is erupting or there's a massive earthquake, there's a massive burst of energy.
Yeah.
And maybe that amplifies our ability to see those things.
There's also a story that I read a while back that was it in the 60s or was it in the, I think it was in the 60s. Don't quote me. I'll have to find it for you guys. That there at some point was almost a nuclear war. It almost happened. Okay. Like it was down to the point where buttons were hit and things like that happened. Okay. It wasn't, nothing was launched, but it was at that point where it was going to happen. And right at that point, there were sightings of multiple UFOs over this one specific military installation at the exact same time. And I was like, wow, that's really ironic to me. You know what I mean? And it's almost as if they were trying to, if this is what happened, you know, because again, I'm a skeptic 100%. But if these things appeared right when this was happening, exactly, Salty, thank you. It was the Cuban Missile thing. I can't remember some of these things, but
yeah, the Cuban Missile Crisis.
So there was at some point that was about to happen. Literally, like we almost didn't exist at that point, guys. So when that happened, there was multiple like things seen around this area. Like they were there to try to stop this situation or something. And I do believe so you guys talk about Roseanne. I love that show. I do believe that there was some kind of a electrical interaction with something that stopped something, if I remember right. I'm gonna find this story. I'm gonna play it for you guys. It was really crazy. Oh yeah, that happened too for the Cuban Missiles Crisis. People down there in Florida, because it's right there, were on high alert and stuff like that. Salty was saying, of course. So very interesting story, and to think about the theory that when that happens, that these things appear. Like, why? You know what I mean?
So is the theory in that case that they came along and like disabled the weapon to prevent war?
Yes, that was one of the theories that was put out there, and I was just like, wow, that's crazy.
It's interesting because there's a lot of people who have had, you know, encounters with aliens or UFOs and said that the message that the aliens were telling them were things about like warning them about war and about climate change and, you know, all these things that we needed to prevent.
Yeah, 100%.
Like there's a very well documented encounter. It was a case of several children at a school seeing this thing land. It was in South Africa, where it landed, and the beings came out and like telepathically communicated with the children. After this experience, they separated the children and asked each one of them to draw what the beings looked like and what the ship looked like, and almost all of their drawings were identical.
Yep.
And then they asked the children what the communications were, and it was all about saving the planet.
I remember that story. Very interesting. And you know, you gotta wonder, Captain, we're stupid. You know, I'll be honest with you guys. We're stupid people. We really are. We make dumb decisions. Our government does stupid things. Everybody's got hot heads. They do dumb things because one person feels better than the other. And I'm not trying to be insulting to you guys. I'm just being insulting to us all in general. We as a people are just not smart. Okay. We don't think things through all the time like we should. And things like that can happen. It almost did. There's proof there. Okay. And you got to wonder, hey, Michelle, you got to wonder if are we being protected in that sense? Are we being watched? You know, are we a lower level intelligence to these, if they do exist, otherworldly people? Did they start at our level at some point and now they're here and they're like, no, we went through this already. Don't do stupid shit, guys. Come on now. You see what I'm saying?
Think of it this way. How many species of animals are there on this planet that are endangered and going extinct? And what do? We do everything that we can to prevent that. We try to save them.
And that's true, Karma. We are very emotional creatures. And a lot of times our emotions speak before our brain does. Okay. It's not a good thing all the time, you know? So I'm just saying, it's a thought. It's a very interesting thought. Just saying. So on we go.
Within a second, the azure tropical sky flashed bright orange and was ruptured by a towering radioactive cloud that mushroomed into the atmosphere. The placid lagoon was stirred into a tempestuous cauldron, while the coconut trees on the white sand islands were bent by the sheer force of the nuclear explosion. These are two very good reasons why this UFO might have been in Earth's atmosphere on those 2 days on July 1966. Or maybe they had nothing to do with my alien abduction and my missing 3 hours. I suppose I will never know what put that UFO just outside of Palm Springs North in a heavily wooded area at night around 1:20 a.m. on July 2nd, 1966.
This says alien abductions have occurred for many years since the first recorded story of Antonio Villas Boas in 1957. Aliens have no specific victim type, but the phenomenon do occur within families, sometimes 3 to 4 generations. That is true. I've read a lot of stories like that. Till this day, alien abductions still occur, and scientists as well as psychologists try to study the abductees to get a better understanding on the reason for the occurrence. It is said to believe that there is no physical evidence to account on for these alien abduction phenomenons, but many people around the world come close to having the same feelings, side effects, and descriptions of experiences. So why not believe them? That's a good point. You know, you got to wonder, because a lot of these things and a lot of these people that have had these quote unquote experiences have described the same things, slightly variated in different ways, but in a nutshell, they're always the same visual situation. You got to wonder, like, not everybody all across the world sees each other's information. So how the hell are they making the same things? How do they match like they do? That's something that's always gotten my attention. Okay. So again, it's quite interesting, just to say the least.
My name is Ron Hoffman. My father was Master Sergeant in the Green Beret Army Special Forces and was very good friends with his captain, which I will leave his name out of it. My father and mother went to their house that was located in a community in northwest Dade County called Palm Springs North. Palm Springs North was the last development northwest of Dade County. From west of there was woods and Everglades. My parents went to play cards that night. It was the very first time and the last time they would get together to play cards. They had a son named Doug that was 13 years old, and at the time I was 11. Doug and I got to know one another and then decided to ride our bikes all over PSN, just for fun. We were out way past midnight. On July 1st, which turned into July 2nd, 1966 at midnight. We went to the neighborhood convenience store, at that time it was called PAX, for snacks to eat at a place to hang out on the lake. It was 3 to 4 large vacant lots right far from Doug's house in the old section of PSN. On the way there I had spotted a huge white owl with large oval black eyes just staring at me. It was the weirdest thing I had ever seen before. I could not take my eyes off of it, felt like I was being drawn to it and like it was there waiting for me. But Doug was way ahead of me and turned back asking if I was coming. I broke eye contact with the owl and yelled to Doug, "Yes, I'm coming." When I looked back at the owl, it was gone. We got to Doug's favorite spot on the lake about 1:10 a.m. We did not even have a chance to get off our bikes when we both saw a saucer-shaped craft with a white glow that looked like electricity was all around it and making no sound at all. In fact, everything around us went quiet. We watched it land across the lake into some trees, not making a sound. It landed where there was a clearing, where my neighbor Shag had a secret vegetable garden out behind PSN. Him and I would go out on the weekends and tend to the garden for whatever needed to be done. It was a very large garden surrounded by trees and brush, well hidden. So I knew my way around out in those woods before the UFO encounter, and Doug and his friends went out in the woods all the time, so we both knew our way around in the woods. Anyway, Doug and I decided we would go out there to find out what landed there.
By the way, the voice that you're hearing is not because of anything alien. It's a type and talk type app that the guy didn't want to talk, so he just typed his information and it comes back through it that way, and it sounds robotic. That's all it is.
Remember, I was 11 and Doug was 13, and it was 1966, and outside of flying saucers on TV, well, that's all we knew about them. And UFO was the last thing we thought it could be. Once we made our way to the dirt road that took us out to the woods and thick bush, it was really dark and I could hardly see where I was going. Being afraid I might run off the road, I kept my eyes glued to the road. Once we got out in the woods around where we saw it land, the road suddenly had a faint light on it, and I remember thinking to myself, thank God the moon came out. But
Absolutely
what I thought was
AI.
the moon at first, it wasn't the moon, but also for a moment I believe we stopped moving, frozen like. I was looking and seeing the same part of the road as if we were floating without moving. Next, for an instant I remember feeling a weird sensation of numbing and tingling all over my body. It was from this point I don't remember a thing that happened. This all took place in about 2 seconds. It wasn't until Doug and I woke up on the vacant lot where we first saw the strange craft land. Once Doug and I fully awoke out of total confusion, Doug realized that it was 5:15 a.m. Doug and I had lost just less than 4 hours of time. We had no memory of what had happened to us in that 3 hours and 45 minutes of missing time. When we arrived at Doug's house, both of our mothers were asleep and our fathers were sitting at the dining room table talking, not once asking why we were so late. After remembering in 2017, I am beginning to wonder if they were abducted as well. I guess I will never know now. All of our parents have passed. I slept most of that Saturday after returning back home in Hialeah. Sunday morning my neighbor Shag asked me to go out to the garden to help him, as I often did. When we got to the area where the garden was located, he parked the truck on the dirt road and we walked the rest of the way. As we got closer to where the garden was located, we could see that all the vegetable plants were dead, dry out like something had sucked the life right out of them. By this time I had totally forgot about our abduction and seeing the UFO landing at that location. He just shook his head and we turned around and left, never to come back. In 2017, when I began remembering, that was when I put the garden incident with the alien abduction. It was years later when I was watching a video on how alien abductees sometimes see a huge white owl, just before they are abducted. That video brought back slowly memories of detailed information to me that I had forgotten. I soon remembered seeing the white owl and the UFO in the sky, right up to the abduction while riding our bikes. But to this day I cannot remember what took place during that missing time, and I would really like to know. 2017 and later when I realized that Doug and I had forgotten the whole incident within hours of our alien encounter, we both had forgotten the incident had ever happened. It was as if they program your mind to forget the whole incident. 5 months after the encounter happened, our house we had built in PSN was finished. We moved into the new house in the new section called Coral Point on the third lake just a mile northeast of Doug's house. That took place on the first week of December of 1966. I am not sure if the abduction continued in my teens. It's very possible because there were nights when I would wake in sweating after having a very vivid dream that seemed so real. I can remember sometimes feeling like I was flying or floating in the air. I remembered seeing a military helicopter. I was flying alongside of it, seeing soldiers inside and it looked like they were ready for combat. I remember having dreams like this one, but somehow different each time. There were other times I would wake with a pain in my lower abdomen that would take a few minutes to go away. Of course, These dreams would only happen while I was asleep, making it almost impossible to see missing time. Later on in my life, I found that I was suffering from PTSD. I have been treated for PTSD since 1994. That's when I was diagnosed with. I always avoided close contact with other people. I first sense is that I can't trust them. It doesn't matter if it's a single person or a group of people. I would never let myself get in a position of being or feeling trapped without getting very nervous to the point of freaking out. I hate being in small spaces. I always have avoided doctors when I could. Sometime in my 20s, I found I could sense other people's feelings, even without speaking to them, and was very sensitive to evil places and things. I also found I could use this gift, I guess you could call it that, in my professional life as a biomedical engineer and later director of plant operations. The gift made it easier to diagnose and repair hospital repairs. I have an area on my left side of my head where it looks as if I had an head injury or a scoop that possibly was taken during my encounter with aliens. I never realized that I had it until I began to lose my hair. After the encounter, I found I was obsessed with watching sci-fi movies and TV shows. I was drawn to anything paranormal, plus I was always drawing images of aliens and UFOs. I did this even during classes between 6th and 8th grade. Going into 9th grade, I began to come out of my dream world the encounter put me into and finally started taking school and my life more serious. I have tried several times through social media to find Doug, but last year I managed to find his younger sister. She told me that Doug had passed away 2 years before. I always hoped to find him before that had happened, so we could confirm what had happened to us that night in 1966.
Interesting story. At the very least, it's just an interesting story. I always loved stuff like that.
Yeah, that was.
All right, let me see. I had some other stuff back here too. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with something called Project Bluebeam. Are you familiar with what that is?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know. So hold on here a minute. I'm gonna see if I can get this to. One second, guys. Some of these I can't use. Some of them I have to double check. So hold on.
And I'm not really going to comment on it because it gets political real fast. I don't want people to start fighting. You're muted.
There's a few I had to sort through because of the politics, but yeah.
Yeah, it gets political real quick. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. I'm gonna show you this one little thing here. This is it was put together. It's kind of cool. That's why I wanted you to see it. But it says it's a small glimpse of what Project Bluebeam could do, which I think is really damn wild to see. This is really neat, guys. All right, Watch this.
Guys, Pedro V here. Now, someone sent me this clip. I had to look into this, and it was called Project Bluebeam Testing. So I had to go look real quick on where this was. It is in China. Either way, this isn't Bluebeam Project. It is called a 3D digital billboard, and they've been advertising this since last year. And I believe there was also one in New York about 11 months ago of a whale. Now, there's different kinds of these, and there are some more realistic than.
Now, this is just to show what the technology that they're working on, whatever that's involved in this can do, which I think this is really, really insanely wild. I mean, it really is. Can you imagine seeing something like this in downtown in your city or something?
That's pretty cool. But yeah, if you're not expecting it, that's going to scare the crap out of you.
100%. Especially this guy opens up the thing and reaches out. You're like, good God, you know, but still, it's the technology that they're working on. And it's just like, wow, you know? Yeah, exactly, Salty. It's kind of like the Spider-Man thing. A lot of the Universal Studios 3D rides and stuff like that are made like this. They're just not quite to this point yet that we'll be able to see in the future. But and here, part of the theory is, okay, just so you guys understand why I'm showing you this. Part of the basis to some of the theory with this whole thing is that it's reverse alien technology, okay? Extraterrestrial, whatever you want to call it. Excuse me. You believe it how you believe it, whatever you want to believe, that a lot of the stuff that we have, including this type of stuff, is reverse extraterrestrial or alien technology that has been brought to this planet, and they're figuring out how to do these things with that type of stuff. That's just like a baseline to some of this stuff, which is why I'm showing you this. Reverse engineering. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you, Salty. I don't know what the hell I was trying to say, but it's been a long day. But anyway, I mean, if you think about the things we've engineered here in this country, in the period of time that they've done it in, it's not a far-fetched theory, okay? Because it's hard to believe that in some senses, we went from like our phones, okay? That we went from, in what was it, 30 years maybe? I think max, maybe? From a rotary dialed phone with the receiver to a smartphone. That's pretty wild to me. And the computer technology, you know what I mean? This little thing, well, it's not little, but this thing sitting on my desk here that runs everything we're doing right now used to be in something the size of a warehouse to do all of what we're doing. And they put it in this little box and then some. You know what I'm saying? It's very interesting to think about that kind of shit. Yeah, Area 51, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, right here in Ohio, blah, blah, blah. But it did go to that, but I'm just saying the fact that we could go from rotary to what we have now, like, is just unimaginable in the period of time that you would think that the technology should advance. You know what I mean? and like even going back to the 50s, the TVs that when they first came out with TV sets, they were black and white, big block cube with tubes and blah blah blah. And those, you know, over a period of time, they come to the plasma series, the LED stuff. A lot of that, you would think that it should take a lot longer to invent that type of technology, in my opinion, is all I'm saying. So I was just talking about my wife. The one reason why my wife went down to Alabama is because her aunt Thelma is, and I had the age wrong. I said 107. She's 104 years old. 104 years old. Can you imagine what somebody that is 104 years old has seen? I mean, in her lifetime, we have gone through all of this stuff I'm talking about, basically. She started off with literally where they were from, a horse and buggy. No lie. Okay. Went to the rickety tickety cars, I call them, you know, Ford Motor Company, all that funny stuff, Model Ts, blah, 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 to literally electric cars now. It's insane to me to think about how that has happened in her lifetime alone, when we've seen things that have happened over a period of three lifetimes. You know, it's wild, you know, definitely wild. So the reason why I'm showing you this now at this point, because, you know, we're talking about extraterrestrial alien technologies and things like that, and showing this here is what they're saying that the basis of this whole project was based on, was reverse engineering via alien technology. I thought it was kind of interesting. So
others, but perhaps this could be a glimpse of what Blue Beam could be. Now, I will show you some clips, and you guys let me know what you think about all of this. And with that being said, have faith, remain vigilant, and God bless you all.
all right, guys. All right, guys. So that was pretty wild.
Yeah.
Literally, the whole blue beam thing I thought was quite interesting, and you guys would enjoy that whole scenario as to the possibilities from that. Now I got one more piece here I was going to throw up for you guys. Give me 1 second, guys. Uh, all right, here we go, guys.
Memoirs detailing his life in engineering. Included in these memoirs was a rather bizarre encounter that he had as a child back in 1922. The story you are about to read is true, noted Hathaway in his memoirs. At this time, I lived with my parents and brothers in a small terraced house at the bottom of Prestwich Street in the village of Erlemsau Height, which overlooked the Irwell Valley. The A6 road bisected the village. Bank Lane ran down from A6 to Erlemsau Height railway station down in the valley. The road ended under the railway bridge. On the other side of the bridge were a couple of pastures, probably a quarter-mile in length and very narrow, known locally as the, quote, long fields. One could traverse these fields on the way across the valley to Prestwich, in which was located Heaton Park. Heaton Park boasted a magnificent lake in which were 5 islands. This place was a magnet in summer for many school children, and although about 4 miles from home, a goodly number of children from our side of the valley visited the park during the holiday times. Wednesday, the 2nd of August,
Okay,
1922
this is
was
quite
fast
interesting
approaching.
too.
Richard Hathaway, then 9, and his school chum, Leo Parks, also 9, were preparing for a day of fun. See, August 2nd was Hathaway's birthday, and he and Leo had planned, weather permitting, to spend the entire day at the nearby Heaton Park. They were intending to spend a couple of hours on the lake and explore the park's various islands. The plan was to set out at around 9:30 a.m. His mother had prepared sandwiches and bottles of lemon juice for the boys. Everything was perfect. That morning, the 2 boys set off down Bank Lane and immediately noticed that there was a mist in the valley. It seemed to be thicker over the long fields, but they didn't think much of it at the time. When we were well in the fields, we were amazed to see in the mist a very large cylindrical-shaped object, rather like a long pipe with cone-shaped ends very much like the nose of the Concorde plane. We thought at the time that it was probably something to do with the nearby Agecroft Pit colliery, a regular haunt of ours, so we decided to investigate. As the 2 boys got closer, they saw that it appeared to be resting in mid-air, about 3 or 4 feet above the ground. As they came around the end of the object, they saw that there were a lot of holes, about 12 inches in diameter in the end cone, and several tundish-shaped objects beneath the main body. They also noticed a suffused light that came from the underside. We felt no fear and decided to approach closer. When about 20 feet from the structure, we saw a large door slide open and people moving inside. They were about 5 feet 6 inches tall and dressed more or less identically in 2-piece suits with tunic collars, except that the clothes were in many soft colors. A few wore a headdress resembling a small turban. It was easy to observe that these were 2 sexes. One looked more gentle, and I thought of these as ladies. The men looked sterner, but still gentle and kindly in appearance. They were all slim in build, and some of both sexes had distinctive white rings around their sleeves, which both Leo and I took to be some kind of rank. Their faces and hands looked delicate, their faces being oval in shape, with large eyes and ivory
That's good
skin,
stuff, Joe.
very pleasant and slightly oriental in appearance. Two people, one of each sex, came to the large opening and beckoned us to come closer. I personally felt no fear, and later Leo said that he also felt no fear. As we approached, we felt we were walking up a ramp, although we saw nothing. As they stepped inside, they were shocked when one of the figures, a lady, addressed them in English. "Welcome, Richard and Leopold, to our ship." The two beings then took them by hand and showed them around the large room in the center of the craft. There were a number of control panels, which would be called consoles today, people reading instruments and others lounging around on the couches and tables. They told us this room was a common room, and that each person on the vessel had a small private lounge cum bedroom. The two guides then took them into a small room and sat them down in front of a screen, which appeared to be projecting images of their insides onto the screen. They did not assault us in any way. They then took us on a tour of other rooms, including their own private quarters. Each of the private quarters comprised a lounge with a table, a couple of chairs, working desk, bookcase, and various other bits and pieces. There was also a large screen on which country scenes were being projected. We recognized some of our own immediate surroundings. A curtained-off alcove contained control gear, which we were informed were for driving, navigating, and steering the ship. Other rooms were for controlling their armaments. Most of the control gear was way over our heads, and, as I recognize now, consisted of push buttons, indicator lamps, digital and analog instruments, mimic diagrams, and screens showing the actual operation of the particular plant being controlled. They told us the prime movers for the electrical generators were nuclear fusion devices, as opposed to nuclear fission devices, which the authorities on this Earth would probably use for providing their energy sources in about the next 50 or 60 years. They said their system was intrinsically safe, whereas the system which would be used on Earth would be flawed. When Richard asked what the ship was made of, the beings responded that it was a special ductile, incorrodible substance, which was mined on their planet, and when completed, it was many times the strength of steel. We asked how they knew our names when they asked us in. They said they knew by a system of thought transference they had perfected between themselves, and found out our names by intercepting our thoughts after we entered the ship. They pointed out that not many persons were actually speaking to each other, but were in fact communicating with each other by thought transference. We asked if it was their intention to make war on us. Their reply was definitely not. They said their planet was dying. The total number of people on their planet was now only 3 million, and they were looking for a planet similar to ours, but as yet unpopulated by humans. They thought our planet was overcrowded already, and the people in general were very aggressive to each other, as compared with themselves. They said that they came from another galaxy, but in the universe the number of galaxies was without end, and many other planets and other galaxies were inhabited by many strange creatures, living in unbelievable environments. Creatures from other planets from other galaxies, of unimaginable appearance, have been spying on each other, except for us, from time immemorial. They said that our Earth would start spying within 100 years. They said that they had visited this planet over 100 years ago. Their planet, they told us, was light.
Take care, Joe. Thank you for joining us and sticking with us tonight. I appreciate you, sir. I hope you have a great night and hope to see you tomorrow. I'll be back to the norm tomorrow. I may do 3 shows tomorrow, you guys. I was thinking about if I get up early enough about doing a coffee in the morning, coffee with Dago in the morning, my normal afternoon show, and then the late one too. So we'll see what happens. Have a great night, Joe. Again, thanks for joining us, sir.
years away, but they had perfected a system of place and distance transference, which accounts for millions of light years and hours. They could not enlighten us any further as the human brain was not sufficiently developed. Being just kids, Richard admits that he and Leo were, quote, overawed by what they had seen. They did not ask any more questions. They were in a state of wonder. They gave us some fruit and a shoulder hug, and then sent us down to the outside. As soon as we left the ship, the great door closed, and the ship rose rapidly in the sky. We walked back to where the ship had been, but there was not a trace of it ever having been there, only a few cows and ourselves looking in wonder. Our day at Heaton Park was now off, so we decided to spend the rest of the day at the riverbank in Drinkwater Park, Pester's Club. We decided to keep the encounter to ourselves for fear of being laughed at. I have not heard from Leo for the past 50 years, so I have decided to set the matter down in writing for the first time, as I am now 83 years old. They told him that in the next 50 to 60 years we would be using nuclear fusion. In this, he admitted...
Sounds good, Richard. Thank you, sir.
They also said that we would be spying on the visitors within 100 years. And there are people that believe that the Pentagon has a secret program that monitors the activity of these visitors in our skies. In his write-up, Mantle was quick to point out that Hathaway was a man of impeccable credentials. At 14, he landed at the Metropolitan Vickers. Its factory in Trafford Park, Manchester, was one of the biggest and most important heavy engineering facilities in Britain and the world. He became a draftsman before getting more involved with the massive electrical engineering projects that were involved in power generation, railways, mining, and many other fields. Through his own perseverance, he succeeded in becoming a fellow at the Institute of Electrical Engineers. During World War II, Hathaway was involved in the development of minesweepers at sea, using systems involving high currents to produce surges of magnetism to detonate mines. At the age of 40, he made the move to NCB, or the National Coal Board, as Chief Electrical Engineer for the Wakefield and surrounding areas, where he was involved with improving the mine's electrical systems and designing and overseeing installation of mineshaft, winching systems, and pithead gear. He was also involved in the sad task of investigating mining explosions at Walton and Normanton collieries. Upon calling around, Mantle discovered that Richard was considered a proper gentleman, who was very precise, articulate, and not one to make up stories. Reading his memoirs, it seems he never spoke much about this event, but he must have thought about it a great deal. As time passed and he was getting older, he had the conviction to include this story in those pages, so that it would not be lost should the worst happen. Richard passed away in his very late 80s. I think the ship we entered that day in August 1922 would, on reflection, be called a UFO today. But at that time we had never heard of such things, and they were beyond our comprehension. I could not really analyze my feelings at the time, and for many years searched my mind for a reason for the encounter. Much later in life, I accepted the fact that the great object was indeed not of earthly origin. This account is set down as it happened and is a true story. The reference to nuclear power words, fusion, fission, earlier in this article is my interpretation of what they told us. They did not use these actual words. Mantle noted that in Hathaway's memoirs, which were divided into two parts, the section marked "The Encounter" was far longer than any of the other items he covered. It was obviously of great importance to him. These, after all, were his own self-published memoirs, and the one I have seen was personally signed by him to his granddaughter. This goes to show that only a handful of people will have ever seen this account in writing before. Mantle found it interesting that the encounter coincided with Hathaway's birthday. As well, he noted that the two boys decided not to speak of what they had seen for fear of ridicule. The description of the creatures is very unique and very different from those reported today. The interior of the craft is also very different, especially the furniture. Richard Hathaway was 83 when he wrote it, but there are no signs of problems with his memory when writing his memoirs. For example, he even uses a word that I personally have never heard of before, that being tundish. Look it up and see for yourself what it means. We must remember that this story takes us back to a very different era. For example, children at his age, 9, did indeed trek a few miles on their own to play in the park. Mr. Hathaway would of course not have been exposed to science fiction stories on TV or the movies, and therefore could not have been influenced by them. There is of course no way that we can identify what exactly happened to Richard Hathaway and his friend Leo back in August of 1922. All I can say is that this encounter was important enough for him to make sure it was preserved for posterity in his memoirs. It's kind of weird that they would choose a couple of 9-year-old boys to confide in. Was Richard Hathaway and his friend chosen at random, or were they chosen because they were obviously intelligent, highly intelligent boys?
Well, again, another true story I thought was interesting to hear that goes back to the 20s when I believe the first recorded account of something like that, I want to say was the Benny or the Betty Hill, Barney and Betty Hill.
Barney and
I said Benny Hill. Sorry, guys. Barney and Betty Hill is what I was trying to say. Yes. So to go back that far is kind of interesting because, like he said, they had no idea what the hell that was. You know what I mean?
well, and that's just for like what we know of people reporting abductions. If you
Right.
even go back hundreds of years and look at like old Renaissance paintings, sometimes there's something in the sky, in the background. And like what would they have been seeing to put in that?
Right.
Because like they weren't seeing any airplanes.
Agreed. Now I know of some people that sit and watch what I'm about to show you guys. They watch this stuff live, looking for things. So I don't know how many of you guys know the NASA's U.S. space station that's in orbit, that's out there in the space right now. They have live cams that are connected to this where they sit and watch this stuff all on a regular basis. You can see the planet, you can see the moon in some senses. I've actually watched it. It's kind of interesting. People have their beliefs about NASA. People believe that we never made it to the moon. People believe we did make it to the moon. There's people that believe that we've been to Mars already, that we've been to other planets already, blah, 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 based on technology. Who knows, guys? We're never going to get full truths out of the government because that's what they do. And I've accepted it is what it is. So, where's Cassie when we need her? She says nobody is in there. Hey, Elizabeth. Who knows? But yeah, she has said that there's nobody in there. I remember that. This is interesting because it says that NASA shut down their live feed after detecting something coming into our solar system. Is it true? I don't know. Is it possible? Sure. But you be the judge.
U.S. Navy has finally acknowledged that videos appearing to show UFOs flying through the air are real.
The International Space Station is orbiting high above the Earth and conducting important research daily. However, rumors have recently surfaced about an unidentified flying object allegedly spotted near the station. Despite widespread curiosity and speculation from the public, NASA and other authorities have remained tight-lipped on the matter. Join us as we explore the latest discovery from NASA concerning the UFO. UFO sightings around the International Space Station. On March 28, 2013, an intriguing incident unfolded during a spacewalk by NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy outside the International Space Station. As Cassidy ventured into the cosmic abyss, befittingly dressed in his astronaut suit, his trained eyes caught sight of an unfamiliar object gracefully floating nearby. This unexpected sighting immediately sparked intrigue and curiosity within the scientific community and among avid enthusiasts of unidentified flying objects. However, it is crucial to emphasize that Cassidy, a seasoned astronaut with extensive knowledge and experience, did not hastily attribute the object to extraterrestrial origins or classify it as an unidentified species. Upon noticing the enigmatic white object, Cassidy promptly reported his finding to the diligent ground control team, adhering to the rigorous protocols for such extraordinary circumstances. In response, Cassidy and his fellow astronaut companion, Tom Marshburn, were given a directive to continue their ongoing tasks without delaying their mission. Subsequently, during a press conference to shed light on this curious event, Cassidy willingly provided additional insights and clarification regarding the nature of the enigma he had encountered. Through his eloquence and expertise, he revealed that it was highly plausible to be nothing more than a stray piece of debris, possibly a transient light.
That's pretty wild, Mr. Steve. Interesting, isn't it? Thank you for joining us, sir. Appreciate you.
Light cover, or even a fragment of insulation that had inadvertently disengaged from the pristine exterior of the space station. The International Space Station. The International Space Station is popularly known as a huge spacecraft that orbits the Earth, and it is home to not only cosmonauts and astronauts, but a unique science laboratory built and operated by a consortium of nations. The space station features components configured in space by valiant astronauts, traveling at a fantastic speed of 17,500 miles per hour and orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes at an altitude of 250 miles. The spaceship covers an area equivalent to a football field, including the end zones as measured from the edges of the solar arrays, and it weighs about 1 million pounds on Earth. The ISS is a collaborative effort involving multiple countries, including the United States, Russia, Japan, and Canada. Some modes link various parts of the station, as well as laboratories. Russian modules provided the basic systems to govern the station, and living quarters were provided for crew members with solar arrays that absorb solar energy and maintain the station's temperature. There are robotic arms that have been instrumental in the construction of the colossal structure. These arms also help astronauts maneuver when they step out for walks in space or perform experiments in the void of space. Docking ports function as the entryway for human visitors and spacecraft, while airlocks provide the access point. However, mysterious objects have been spotted docking with the ISS, resulting in these ports becoming the subject of suspicion and intrigue. Columbus Eye. Another element that has caught people's attention is the cameras. With 4 high-definition cameras, popularly known as the Columbus Eye, enthusiasts can monitor the activities around the ISS from the comfort of their homes. In April 2014, the cameras were launched as part of the CR3 mission favorite. Providing a stunning view of the Earth, the cameras have become a favorite of fans on the live streaming website of the University of Bonn. The 4 cameras are linked to the space station's computer through an Ethernet cable, transmitting their images back to Earth. Intriguingly, the cameras serve 2 functions. In addition to transmitting the footage of space back to Earth, the camera's durability is also tested in harsh cosmic conditions. That is, NASA can determine which cameras are most suitable for future missions by observing how the cameras handle the harsh environment. Nonetheless, there have been accusations that NASA turns off these cameras during live streaming to keep the public in oblivion. NASA is in a prime position as a space agency to spot some unusual objects in space. But some people believe they only show us what they want. This controversy arose because of the sighting of the UFO, the twins study. Among the various life sciences experiments conducted on the ISS, one that stands out is the twins study. This groundbreaking experiment compared the effects of spaceflight on identical twin astronauts, Scott and Mark Kelly. Scott spent 340 days on the ISS, while Mark remained on Earth, allowing scientists to analyze any changes in Scott's biology and physiology due to his time in space. The study revealed significant alterations in gene expression, immune function, bone density, and cognitive function, shedding light on the potential long-term effects of space travel on human health. These findings have far-reaching implications for the planning and execution of future long-duration space missions, providing valuable information for ensuring the well-being and safety of astronauts. One prominent experiment conducted on the ISS in the realm of physical sciences is the SPHERES project. This experiment involves small robotic satellites inside the ISS that maneuver and perform various tasks, showcasing the capabilities of autonomous systems in a microgravity environment. The insights gained from the SPHERES project are crucial for advancing autonomous spacecraft and robotic technologies, which are essential for future space exploration and potentially even terrestrial applications. The International Space Station has truly revolutionized our understanding of space, science, and our place in the universe. With its expansive range of research endeavors, it represents the pinnacle of human accomplishments and serves as a testament to international collaboration and scientific progress. The knowledge gained from the ISS will undoubtedly shape the future of space exploration, fueling our aspirations for further discoveries and pushing the boundaries of human knowledge. The Mantell Incident. On January 7, 1948, a mysterious and unidentified flying object was pursued near Fort Knox, Kentucky. Named after Captain Thomas F. Mantell, an experienced pilot in the Kentucky Air National Guard who tragically lost his life during the pursuit. This became known as the Mantell UFO incident, which also involved its subsequent crash landing. The Mantell UFO incident, which occurred on January 7, 1948, near Fort Knox, Kentucky, remains a significant event in the history of unidentified flying objects. This incident, named after Captain Thomas F. Mantell, a respected pilot in the Kentucky Air National Guard who tragically lost his life during the pursuit, involved the chase and eventual crash landing of an unidentified flying object. At approximately 1:45 p.m., numerous individuals in Kentucky reported spotting a sizable circular entity hovering in the air. The object was described diversely. Some witnesses noted it possessed metallic features, while others likened its shape to a disc or saucer. Reports of the sighting began pouring in from concerned citizens of Kentucky around 1:45 p.m. on that fateful day. Witnesses described a large circular object that defied conventional explanation. Some witnesses claimed it had metallic features, while others likened its appearance to a disc or saucer. The sightings were reported to the Kentucky State Police and military officials, who promptly took action. One of the pilots dispatched for investigation was Captain Mantell, a seasoned aviator with prior combat experience during World War II. As news of the sightings reached the Kentucky State Police and military officials, immediate action was taken to investigate the bizarre phenomenon. Among the pilots sent to investigate was Captain Mantell, an experienced aviator who had bravely served during World War II. He ascended to around 22,500 feet in Mantell's pursuit while piloting an F-51 Mustang. He described the unidentified flying object as sizable and metallic in appearance. His radio transmissions conveyed his desire to move closer for improved observation. Captain Mantell bravely pursued the unidentified flying object in his F-51 Mustang, ascending to an impressive altitude of 22,500 feet. He provided detailed descriptions of the object, emphasizing its substantial size and metallic appearance. His radio transmissions depicted his eagerness to close the distance to understand the mysterious entity better. Tragically, Captain Mantell's pursuit led him to ascend to an altitude where insufficient oxygen posed a significant threat. Despite receiving instructions to stabilize his altitude, he continued his relentless pursuit. Regrettably, all contact with Captain Mantell was lost, and he met his untimely demise as his plane crashed in the aftermath. The Air Force carried out an official investigation after the incident. At first, there were various guesses about what had been seen. Some thought it might simply be a weather balloon, while others entertained more unusual ideas. As further investigations took place, it became possible that Mantell may have pursued a skyhook balloon owned by the U.S. Navy and utilized for studying cosmic rays. There are ongoing debates and unanswered inquiries regarding the Mantell incident. There is speculation about potential extraterrestrial involvement, despite it being a controversial topic. A portion of individuals believe that the military's initial explanation was deceitful. However, others argue that Mantell might have been in pursuit of an ordinary object, but got disoriented or experienced hypoxia as well. The Mantell UFO sighting is an early and unfortunate occurrence in sightings involving unidentified flying objects. Multiple post-incident inquiries have posited possible rationales for what transpired that day. Nonetheless, it continues to be a matter of dispute and conjecture within UFO folklore. NASA and UAP Task Force. The Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force, established by NASA in 2021, plays a vital role in collecting extensive data on UAP sightings to discern their origin, whether from natural causes, human inventions, or something completely mysterious that defies current understanding. To carry out this mission effectively, the task force collaborates closely with other renowned agencies, such as the U.S. Department of Defense and the Federal Aviation Administration. By combining their expertise and resources, they strive to comprehensively understand these enigmatic sightings and unravel the answers they seek. It is essential to clarify that the UAP task force does not specifically investigate the potential existence of extraterrestrial life or aliens. Rather, its primary focus is to examine the nature of these UAP sightings, determine whether they threaten people or aircraft, and uncover any underlying risks. To gather a wide range of perspectives and information, the task force has effectively sourced and analyzed data from multiple reliable sources, including military pilots, civilian aircraft, radar systems, and satellites. Despite these rigorous efforts, the task force has yet to arrive at any conclusive explanations regarding the true nature of these unidentified aerial phenomena. In a notable update from July 2022, the task force released a preliminary report presenting their findings after analyzing 144 UAP sightings. Within this comprehensive analysis, approximately 80% of the identified sightings could be reasonably explained as resulting from natural or man-made occurrences, such as weather balloons or drones. However, the remaining 20% of observations defy clear-cut explanations, thus leaving the possibility open for an entirely different and unexplained phenomenon. It is important to note that this preliminary report differs from the conclusion, as the task force has diligently continued its research and is preparing to release a more detailed and extensive report soon. Among the many UAP sightings examined by the task force, one widely recognized incident stands out: the infamous Tic Tac episode that unfolded in 2004 off the coast of California. In this captivating encounter, Navy pilots reported witnessing an object resembling a Tic Tac, exhibiting mind-boggling speed and executing maneuvers that defied the limitations of conventional aircraft. While the task force remains unable to identify this object's nature, their investigations have confidently ruled out the possibility of it being a familiar aircraft or manned drone. Additionally, the task force has devoted significant attention to analyzing other remarkable UAP sightings, including the widely discussed gimbal and Go Fast videos captured by Navy pilots in 2015. With their unwavering dedication and collective effort, the UAP task force endeavors to uncover the true nature behind these extraordinary aerial phenomena. Through rigorous analysis, collaboration with esteemed agencies, and the meticulous examination of noteworthy sightings, they hope to bring greater clarity and understanding to a subject that continues to captivate and challenge our current scientific knowledge. While their journey to unravel the mysteries of these unidentified aerial phenomena continues, the task force's work promises transformative insights into the unexplained and unknown aspects of our vast skies. In light of this discovery by NASA, are you aware of recent preceding discoveries about the impactful body? Mini-moon orbiting asteroid, Dinkinesh. NASA's Lucy spacecraft discovered a system of 2 asteroids that features a small 220-meter-wide satellite spinning around the asteroid Dinkinesh during its first flyby of the asteroid Dinkinesh.
Now, I don't know. I'm sorry if you guys are bored with this. I always thought this was very interesting, this video here. This here there was an interesting theory. I watched another documentary that was talking about the Dinkinesh asteroid, sorry, and another one too. Good to see you, Shishmish. Shishmish. Sorry if I said it wrong. But there was talk about this here and another one that a couple scientists said that the way that this moves, okay, this was in a documentary. Now you can take it for what it is, grain of salt, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want it to be. And that it's an asteroid. Okay, it looks like an asteroid. They've looked at it, says an asteroid. Then there's 2 other guys came out and said, well, what if that is what it's supposed to look like? It's an asteroid. Well, what if there's something inside of this? One guy looked at him like during the conversation said, what do you mean something inside of it? You know, the density of it is, you know, they based on what NASA does, and they measure these things and look into these things. So on. He goes, there's nothing inside of it. He goes, but how do you know that? He goes, because our tools tell us that there's nothing inside this. He goes, maybe that's what they're supposed to tell you. And I was like, huh? Right? So in essence, these 2 guys were trying to say that these are basically disguised as what these are, that there's something moving this through space that's inside of this. And I was like, it's an interesting thought, okay? Which is why I'm telling you now. If you sit back and think about it for a minute, like, that would be pretty wild. You know what I mean? If these things don't want to be seen, they don't want to be noticed, bothered with, a missile shot at them, whatever it is, if that was the case with this. I'm not saying that's what I believe. I'm just saying it made me think, and you got to wonder. I mean, I know why they have these satellites circle these things, because they want to see how close they come to the planet. Okay. But it's an interesting theory. It was really interesting when it caught my attention for sure to hear that. And I was like, well, shit, that's wild. I never thought of that. So just to give you,
I mean, when you get into the paranormal, pretty much anything is possible.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So. But it really stopped me for a minute, and I went, wow, like, what if, you know? But it's pretty wild. It really is pretty wild if that was the case, you know. I don't know. It's something else to think about, along with all the other stuff that they've already thrown at us to think about, and with the stuff that we see. So, and again, like I said, I hope you guys aren't bored with this video. I love when they do these videos on this type of stuff, especially the conspiracy thought behind, you know, NASA hiding things that are being zooming around the space station, and they're turning the cameras off conveniently so that we don't get to see that kind of stuff. There's been a couple stories told about things that have been seen from the space station in multiple different countries, not just here. So that's why I brought this to you guys, because I thought you guys would get some interest out of it. Hey B, good to see you. All right, see, that's where it came from. See, she knows what I'm talking about. She said, look at I never can say this one. Oumuamua, I think it moves like no other known asteroid. Exactly. That's where he got the idea from, because it moves around in a sense that nothing else ever has. You know what I'm saying? So if there is any other life you met us humans, you would want us to know we probably experiment or kill you. No, exactly. That's why it's believed that they don't bring themselves forward if they exist. You know what I mean? So interesting as it is, that's all.
About 270 miles away, the spacecraft captured a picture of the asteroid and its mini-moon. Furthermore, in data and images beaming back to Earth, the spacecraft confirmed that Dinkinesh is barely 500 miles away. Merely 220 meters in size is the closely circling moon. An astronomer and Lucy project scientist at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, Keith Knoll, said in a news release that they knew this was going to be the smallest main belt asteroid ever seen up close, and being 2 in number makes it more exciting. Roughly 300 million miles, or 480 million kilometers from Earth, Dinkinesh and its newfound moon lie in the main asteroid belt between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. The principal investigator for Lucy from Southwest Research Institute, Han Levinson, said Dinkinesh lived up to its name because this discovery was marvelous. In the Amharic language of Ethiopia, Dinkinesh translates to, "You are marvelous." Tom Kennedy, guidance and navigation engineer at Lockheed Martin in Littleton, Colorado, also said it was an awesome series of images, as they indicated that the terminal tracking system worked as intended, despite the fact that the universe presented them with a more difficult target than they expected. The team will use this data to evaluate the spacecraft's behavior during the encounter and to prepare for the next close-up look in 2025 at an asteroid. As a blueprint for the bigger, more mysterious asteroids, NASA sent Lucy past Dinkinesh, out near Jupiter. The Trojans, a group of 8 asteroids, were the mission's main targets. Launched in 2021, the spacecraft will reach the first of these so-called Trojan asteroids in 2027 and explore them for a minimum of 6 years. Although the target list originally included 7 asteroids, it is now 11. According to Live Science, Trojan asteroids are suspected to be made of the same ancient material that constituted the outer solar system planets Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Studying them could reveal valuable clues about the formation of the solar system over 4 billion years ago. Existence of over 5,000 exoplanets beyond our solar system. The existence of a massive 5,500 planets beyond our solar system has been confirmed by a major celestial milestone. Only a handful of planets that revolved around our sun were known until recently, but the quest to explore the world always extended. A fresh batch of 6 planets outside our immediate solar family has been added by NASA to its exoplanet archive, pushing the total to over 5,500 after a 31-year journey of astronomical discoveries. Using multiple detection methods, the NASA Exoplanet Archive records discoveries that have been confirmed. 6 new exoplanets discovered by scientists are HD 36384b, TOI 198b, TOI 2095b, TOI 2095c, TOI 4860b, and MWC 758c. According to NASA scientists, in 1992, the first exoplanets were confirmed when twin planets Poltergeist and Phobator were detected orbiting the pulsar PSR B12, 5, 7, plus 12. In March 2022, scientists celebrated the discovery of 5,000 exoplanets. Moreover, scientists have used both space and ground-based instruments and observatories to detect and study exoplanets. Launched in 2018, NASA's Transiting Exoplanet Survey satellite has identified thousands of exoplanet candidates and confirmed over 320 planets. In addition, the organization's flagship space telescopes, Spitzer, Hubble, and most recently, the James Webb Space Telescope, were used to discover and study exoplanets. The organization has also said that these exoplanets include small, rocky worlds like Earth and super-Earths, which are larger than our own. Gas giants much larger than Jupiter and mini-Neptunes are also present. Some of these planets orbit 2 stars at once, and others stubbornly revolve around the collapsed remnants of dead stars. James Webb Space Telescope captures stunning view of supernova's expanding remains. The James Webb Space Telescope, popularly called JWST, captured...
What's wrong? What's going on in the chat? Can I fix what? What do we got going on here? I can fix a timeout. Timeout. Well, a timeout, you go out for a little while and then you come back in. So if it was done accidentally, it was no big deal. Is there somebody blocked on accident or something? Oh. Well, she's in here. She just made a statement up here. Where did I see it at? It was made.
I got it. I fixed it.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, I changed the timeout to 10 seconds.
There you go.
She'll be back in 10 seconds.
Thank you, dear. All right. Now, Andy just fixed her. So, there we go. It's all good. No worries. It wasn't done on purpose by any means. So, 1.8 thousand seconds. Definitely an accident then. All right.
An astral new image of a supernova, an exploded star. The remains of a star that exploded 36 years ago were captured by the observatory's near-infrared camera, commonly known as NIR-CAM, which shows the expanding astral debris in unprecedented resolution, disclosing brand new details about this sprouting supernova remnant. The study of one of the most renowned supernovae.
What's wrong with you, Leslie? Because you're here. I see you. What happened? No, you didn't, Jenny. It was an accident, hon. You didn't do anything wrong. It was a complete accident. Sometimes when people are moving around through here, you're trying to look at stuff and you can bump the wrong thing. It's very sensitive. So you didn't do anything wrong. What's the matter with what's going on with you, Leslie? She does do that a lot sometimes. So yeah, don't worry about that. Just type whatever, nothing, just listening. I'm mopping. Oh, well, you said, can you fix me? Sorry. You're okay.
SN 1987A was begun by James Webb. NASA said SN 1987A is located 100 ENS 68,000 light years away, and it has been a target of intense observations at wavelengths ranging from gamma rays to radio for about 40 years. The discovery shows complex details of the aftermath when big stars end their days, so astronomers are fascinated. Furthermore, the organization said the new observations by Webb provide a critical clue to their understanding of how a supernova develops to shape its remnant.
Good to see you again, Taylor.
The image reveals a central structure, like a keyhole. The center is packed with clumpy gas and dust ejected by the supernova explosion. The space agency said in a press release that the dust is so dense that even near-infrared light that Webb detects can't penetrate it, thereby shaping the dark hole in the keyhole. Surrounding the inner keyhole, a bright equatorial ring forms a band around the waist that connects two faint arms of hourglass-shaped outer rings.
Welcome, Dane.
Formed from material ejected tens of thousands of years before the supernova explosion. The equatorial ring contains bright hotspots that appear as the supernova's shockwave hits the ring. Despite the decades of study since the supernova's initial discovery, several mysteries prevail, especially surrounding the neutron star that should have been formed in the aftermath of the supernova explosion. NASA said in the press release that, similar to Spitzer, Webb will continue to observe the supernova over time. Its NIR spec, which stands for Near-Infrared Spectrograph, and MIRI, which stands for Mid-Infrared Instrument, will offer astronomers the ability to capture new, high-fidelity infrared data over time and gain new insights into the newly identified crescent structures. Webb will also continue collaborating with Hubble, Chandra, and other observatories to provide new insights into the past and future of the legendary supernova. NASA's Curiosity rover, Mars's watery past. NASA's Curiosity rover, which has been exploring the Martian surface, has revealed evidence that lakes used to exist in an unexpected region of Mars, indicating the presence of vast quantities of water where scientists initially assumed there would be none. The discovery of rippling rock patterns was announced by the U.S. Space Agency. According to a NASA release, the team behind Curiosity was taken aback when they found the most persuasive evidence of ancient lake waves yet for the expedition. Giving the granite rippling textures over time, a tiny lake's surface waves mixed up material at the bottom of the lake billions of years ago. Curiosity's project scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California, Ashwin Vasavada, said it is the best evidence of water and waves that they have seen in the entire mission. The team lead further claimed that they climbed through thousands of feet of lake deposits and never saw this sort of evidence, but eventually found it in a place they expected to be dry. In quest of the aquatic past of the Red Planet, the Curiosity rover has been cruising the foothills of Mount Sharp, a 3-mile-high mountain that was originally covered in streams and lakes. According to the space agency, Mount Sharp consists of layers, with the youngest at the top and the oldest at the bottom. As the rover ascends, it progresses along a Martian timeline, allowing scientists to study how the Red Planet evolved from a planet that was similar to Earth in its ancient past, with a warmer climate and abundant water, to the freezing desert it is today. Hubble telescope reveals huge star's explosion in blow-by-blow detail. NASA's Hubble Space Telescope was reported to have captured 3 separate images spanning 8 days, starting merely hours after the detonation. It is a noteworthy achievement considering the duration and distance it covers. About 11.5 billion years ago, a distant star estimated to be 530 times larger than the Sun died in a cataclysmic explosion.
Good night, Miss Andy. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate your input and everything you do. Have a great night, and I will talk to you tomorrow.
That blew its outer layers of gas into the surrounding cosmos. A supernova documented by astronomers in blow-by-blow detail. According to astronomer Wenlei Chen, a University of Minnesota postdoctoral researcher and lead author of the study published in the journal Nature, the images were discovered in a review of Hubble observation archival data from 2010. They offered the first glimpse of a supernova cooling rapidly after the initial explosion in a single set of images, and the first in-depth look at a supernova so early in the cosmos's history, when it was less than a fifth of its current age. Patrick Kelly, a University of Minnesota astronomy professor and study co-author, added that the supernova is expanding and cooling, so its color evolves from a hot blue to a cool red. The doomed star, known as a red supergiant, resided in a dwarf galaxy and exploded at the end of its relatively brief lifespan. Chen said that red supergiants are luminous, massive, and large stars that occur at 180,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But they are much cooler than most of the other massive stars, and that is why they are red. After a red supergiant exhausts the fusion energy in its core, a collapse will occur, and the supernova explosion will then blast away the star's outer layers, its hydrogen envelope. About 6 hours after the initial blast, the first image shows the explosion as starting relatively small and fiercely hot, about 180,000 degrees Fahrenheit. 2 days later, the second image was captured, and 6 days after that, the third image was also generated. In these 2 images, the gaseous material ejected from the star is seen expanding outward. The explosion in the second image is only a fifth as hot as in the first one, while in the third image, the explosion is only a tenth as hot as the first. Chen said the remnant of the exploded star probably became an incredibly dense object called a neutron star. Strong gravitational lensing is a phenomenon that accounts for how Hubble was able to obtain 3 images at different points in time after the explosion. Serving as a lens, the tremendous gravitational power exerted by a galaxy cluster located in front of the exploding star, from the perspective of Earth, bent and magnified the light emanating from the supernova. Not only does the gravity in the galaxy cluster bend the light from behind it, but it also delays the light travel time, because the stronger the gravity, the slower a clock moves. In other words, the emission of light from a single source behind the lens can go through multiple paths toward them, and they then see multiple images of the source supernova. Kelly called the ability to see the rapidly cooling supernova in a single set of images absolutely amazing. It is kind of like seeing a film reel in the color of the supernova evolving, and it is a much more detailed picture of any known supernova that existed when the universe was a small fraction of its current age. The only other examples where they have caught a supernova very early are very nearby explosions. He concluded that when astronomers see more distant objects, they are looking back in time. Are you a space enthusiast who wants to protect your phone while flaunting your knowledge? Look no further than our Cosmos Tough phone cases. Our team has just released these durable and stylish phone cases, perfect for any space lover. And the best part? We're currently offering a discount. Don't forget to leave your opinions in the comments section.
All right, hold on here. All right, I got one more bit of info for you guys, and I think that's going to do it for tonight. And this is quite interesting, too. Via News Nation again. The truth is out there. I was just watching it, Doodle, sorry. I would believe that, Miss Sherry. It's the only thing that makes any sense with them.
Reality Check, a new program here on News Nation that's going to dig into the issues that you and I care about. One of those issues, of course, is the subject of unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAPs. And by golly, what a week it has been to kick off a new show like this. Of all the ridiculous piles of steaming dog turd I've ever seen served up before the US Congress as a report that supposedly tells the truth about what's really going on inside the national security world, the AARO historical review of UAPs was a big pile of steaming BS. I don't know whether I'm allowed to get away with that kind of language on News Nation, but we'll give it a go and see if they get this through the edit. I care passionately about the laws of your beautiful country. I live in Australia and I'm a trained lawyer by profession, but I work as a journalist, an investigative journalist. I've done long-form investigative journalism for much of the last 35 to 40 years. I'm a completely failed lawyer. I could never keep my mouth shut and I could never stop digging into the files that I found very interesting in the stories that I worked on. And I care about one thing in your country that is beautiful, the US Constitution. I'm jealously protective of the rights and freedoms that are gifted by that Constitution so expressly in your laws. And the reason I care about the UAP issue more than most is because at the heart of the unidentified anomalous phenomena mystery is the question as to whether or not the United States government is misleading the American public and indeed the rest of the world on the truth of what's really going on. As you know, in June last year, I did an exclusive story for News Nation revealing the account of David Grush, a former senior, very senior intelligence officer with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and the National Reconnaissance Organization. And he revealed to me exclusively on television the shocking revelation that we are not alone. For the first time, an intelligence insider revealed the existence of a non-human intelligence engaging with this planet. He also acknowledged that it was true that the United States government has been involved in what are referred to euphemistically as crash retrievals, and that there is a retrieval program ongoing of non-human technology. There's also a reverse engineering program, a program underway inside the US government and private aerospace that is one of the highest kept secrets in the US government. It's a program to attempt to back engineer recovered exotic non-human technology. Now, even before I met David Grush, I knew this was true. The reason I met David Grush was because I heard about him from people inside the legacy program. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, these are good people, patriots. They're not people trying to compromise national security secrets that should continue to be protected. They want the United States and my country, Australia, to continue to flourish as democracies. They love the idea of protecting our democratic freedoms, the constitutional ideas enshrined in your constitution. And what they're appalled about is that there has been an egregious failure that has gone on now for decades inside the national security establishment, which has concealed the existence of a legacy retrieval and reverse engineering program. Now, I know that sounds utterly absurd, and there will be the debunkers and the trolls who suggest that this is all a delusion. But as you'll hear today from a direct first-hand witness to the existence of that retrieval program, there is direct evidence, and it's just the beginning. There's going to be a long, slow rollout of witnesses and evidence put before the Congress. Now, it's not that Congress is dragging the chain, by the way. I'm very happy to tell you that I was in Washington, D.C. just a couple of weeks ago. I was strolling the halls of Congress and talking to defense and intelligence insiders, people who care about you, the public, getting the truth about what's really going on. And I was stopped on occasion by congressional representatives and indeed 2 senators, none of whom are actually prominent in the coverage, the news coverage that's been reported to date about the UAP issue. They were thrilled to see me. They knew me from the Grush interview, and they wanted me to know they care about this issue. They wanted me to know that there is a bipartisan support to get to the truth of the issue of this UAP mystery, not least because they recognize that it's a threat to the constitutional freedoms, the democratic ideas that I love about America. One of the things I'm jealous about, when I was at law school in New Zealand studying the law in British law, we don't have stipulated, enshrined constitutional rights. You do. You've got your various rights enshrined in your constitution in law. And that makes the role played by constitutional lawyers and professors very, very significant, because they can hold the government to account in the courts when there are prescriptions on those constitutional rights by acts of illegality by the state. And I'm sorry to get into a kind of a pointy-headed phase here, but I think this really matters. At the heart of my concern with the UAP issue is the kind of BS that happened last week when the Arrow Historical Review report was tabled in the Congress and presented to the public for the public to see. I knew that this pile of steaming dog turd was going to be a cover-up, and it is. It's an egregious, fraudulent misrepresentation on the American public of the truth of what I and many people know. And the irony is, it's going to backfire terribly on the Defense Department and the intelligence community. Because as you will hear today, what has been done in the presentation of that report to Congress is a flagrant breach of an extremely important executive order made by President Reagan, Executive Order 12333. This executive order, among other things, forbids the use by the intelligence community of any covert action influence campaign on either the media or public opinion. And now we've caught them red-handed, or so our interview today will allege. Attorney Daniel Sheehan will appear on this show later today, where he gives direct, first-hand evidence of a retrieval program. He's never been able to talk about before the fact that he gave direct evidence to AARO, the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, their UAP UFO investigation office. He signed an NDA with Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. But he's made the decision over the weekend to speak publicly about what he knows because he is genuinely appalled at the fraudulent lies and misrepresentation that have been presented to the Congress by Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. And believe me, this is just the beginning. We're ready for a fight. I'm so proud that News Nation as a media organisation is getting behind my journalism. What I want to do with a show like Reality Check is investigate in long form the kind of stories that really matter. As you'll see, I'm not going to be focused just on the UAP issues. There's a lot in America that I really care about and that I want to investigate. But for this inaugural program, I do want to comment about the AARO Historical Review Report, because what it is, it's an inflection point. It's a tipping point. It's a line in the sand. In 100 years' time, this moment will be written about in the history books. It will be the moment when the world begins to realize that the Pentagon, gatekeepers of this legacy program, made a terrible mistake. They flat out lied. And now we're going to catch them out on that lie. And the big challenge is, what is Congress going to do about it? I love the simplicity of the law. You make a law, you figure out on the evidence whether somebody's breached it, and if they have breached it, you bring them before a court or a tribunal and you hold them to account for that breach. It's now up to Congress to test the veracity of what you're about to hear from attorney Daniel Sheehan. Daniel Sheehan is about to make an incredibly dramatic allegation. He is going to allege that Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the former director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the Pentagon's UFO office, has lied to Congress. And moreover, he believes that this is part of a continuing cover-up of a legacy retrieval and reverse engineering program by not just the Pentagon and the intelligence community, but also by people in private aerospace. I actually had a conversation with somebody on the weekend who's aware of the legacy program. And they laughed when I expressed my indignation about the fact that there were such obvious lies reported in the AARO report. One of the things that was mentioned in the AARO report was the fact that as part of their supposed investigation, there were certain named companies that were alleged to be experimenting on alien technology. And there were witnesses that went to AARO and gave this evidence. AARO said, quote, AARO has found no evidence that US companies ever possessed off-world technology. The executives, scientists, and chief technology officers of the companies named by interviewees met with the director of AARO and denied on the record that they have ever recovered, possessed, or engaged in reverse engineering of extraterrestrial technology. Now, I'm going to call them out, as will others very soon, on that lie. Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, and others, you are lying. And we know you're lying because we're talking to people inside your organizations who say you're lying. And it may be that you believe you can do what I was told on the weekend by my source is the self-justifying excuse that you give yourself for doing this. And that's because this lie is protected by what's called a waived, unacknowledged special access program, which essentially means the dirtiest secret of all inside the US military industrial complex. These are the most highly protected secrets in the United States. And these WUSAPs require anyone read into these programs to lie. Now, crucially, I think it's very, very important for you, the viewer, the listener, to realize that just because there is a special access program that protects this national security secret, it doesn't mean that everything being done within it is legally within the oversight and control of the Congress. And that's what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is an egregious failure by Congress to do its job. The beauty of the American Constitution is that it enshrines the separation of powers in the Constitution, and it gives you, the American people, the control. It's government of the people, for the people, by the people. So I'd now like to bring on Daniel Sheehan, who is one of America's foremost civil rights attorneys, a man I've known for quite some years, and a person who's got a hugely distinguished career in exposing the dark secrets of the American military-industrial complex black world. He was instrumental in helping the Washington Post and other newspapers tell the story of the Pentagon Papers during the Watergate scandal. He was also a very important figure during the Iran-Contra scandal. And more recently, he's been digging into the UAP issue through a new organization called the New Paradigm Institute. Welcome, Daniel Sheehan. How are you, sir?
Thank you, Ross. Busy and excited.
So look, welcome to this inaugural episode of Reality Check. It's a pleasure to have you on board our first episode. I want to get straight away, Danny, to a story you've told before, but which I think most Americans are completely unaware of. It's a story I love. I wrote about it in my book. And it's a story of how you were retained by Marcia Smith from the Congressional Research Service to do some work for President Jimmy Carter into the UAP issue. And before we get to the issue of what you were asked to do, just explain to me what you were told by Marcia Smith had happened when President Jimmy Carter asked to be briefed on the UAP mystery.
Right. Well, what happened, Ross, is that President Carter was elected like on November 4th of 1976. And right by the 19th of November, even before he'd been sworn in, one of the first things he did is he sent word to have the CIA director come down to Plains, Georgia, to his home and brief him personally at his home about the UFO issue and its potential relationship to any extraterrestrial civilization. It turns out that the CIA director at that time was George H.W. Bush, who was later to become president. But at that time, he had been appointed by the new president, Gerald Ford, who had just taken over from Nixon, having resigned due to the Watergate burglary scandal. And George H.W. Bush refused to give him the information. George Bush told him that as elected president, he had no reason to know this information. He said that if, in fact, Carter was willing to keep him on as his CIA director, so that he could become permanently the CIA director, that he might be willing to tell him about this. But President Carter did not. And so what President Carter did
could be
he contacted the Congress.
We'll have to look into it, Hammond.
Involved in this, and he asked the Science and Technology Committee of the House of Representatives to contact the Congressional Research Service and to have them produce two major reports for the president. One on the probabilities and likelihood of there being an extraterrestrial civilization, and secondly, whether it might be responsible for at least some of these sightings of the UFOs. And I was contacted by Marcia Smith, who was the director of the Congressional Research Service Science and Technology Division, and asked to become special counsel to that investigation because I was at the Jesuit National Headquarters. I was their general counsel in their social ministry office, which was their public policy office.
So can I just take you then very quickly to what happened? I'm going to tell this in a rough, quick form. As I understood it, you insisted on being given access to the hitherto secret, unreleased Project Blue Book files. And incredibly, they agreed to do that. You were given access because this was a presidential fiat. And as a result of that, and I took great pleasure the other day, I was walking back from a bar near Congress, and I stood at the Madison building, the very same building where you were given entry before it was even officially opened. Tell me what happened that day when you went to the Madison building in the National Archives. What happened?
What happened is Marcia Smith had told me that I had to bring two forms of official photo ID. So I brought my Washington, D.C. driver's license and I brought my passport. And I came to the building. I was surprised that nobody had even occupied the building yet. It was brand new. It had just gotten built. And there were these two suits standing outside of the door waiting for me. They demanded to see both forms of my identification, and I showed them both, and then they showed me in. So I went into the hallway, and they said, go down the hallway to the right, and you'll see an elevator there on the left. And you go down into the basement, and you'll see the place to go. So I went in, I got in the elevator, and I went down. And as I was going down the elevator, I just on instinct, I just opened up my briefcase and took out a yellow pad and slipped it under my arm, and then closed my briefcase. The elevator arrived in the basement. I got out, and it was dark down there. There weren't lights on, but I could see down the hall. I could see a light coming out of a room.
Now, this here is actually really interesting what he is getting ready to explain, you guys. For those of you that are kind of probably bored with this at this point, this right here is something that really happened, okay? This is an attorney that was brought in because of this whole situation, so it's really kind of crazy what he just is about to explain.
And there were these two other suits, these guys, big kind of husky-looking guys that were there. So I go down the hallway. They both of them demanded to see my two forms of identification. It was sort of like they resented my even being there. But I showed them, and they said, "Look, leave that briefcase here. You can't take any notes. You can't record anything. But here the stuff is. They brought the stuff for you." And so I put the briefcase down. Yes.
So I just want to set the scene for this. This is you, Daniel Sheehan, being given access to the darkest, deepest secrets in the American military-industrial complex. You've asked for and been given access to the UFO files, the secret files of Project Blue Book, the files the government denies exists. What did you find?
Well, what I did is I walked in, and I was in this comparatively small room. It was about maybe 20 feet wide and about 12 feet or so deep. And there were these three big cardboard fold-out tables. And they had like shoeboxes, these little light green, kind of government green shoeboxes with the little ties on them. And there was a microfiche machine that was there. And so I sat down and I took the yellow pad out and I slid it over behind one of the boxes so that if they looked in, they wouldn't see it. And I opened up the first box and they had these little film canisters of microfiche film. So I took the first one out and I put it into this old-timey microfiche machine and started cranking it and looking at it. It was all these documents. And I said, I don't know how long they're going to allow me to stay in here. And so I said, if I start reading each one of these documents as a lawyer, it's going to take forever. So I sort of cranked through them to see if there were any photographs anywhere. Nothing was there in the first canister. And so I folded it all up and put it back in. And I opened up a second canister, went through it, and they had a lot of documents again. I could see all the official stamps on them and the top secret designations, et cetera. And then I got to the third canister, I think it was, and part way in, there it was. Here was this series of photographs, black and white photographs of a crashed flying saucer. There wasn't any doubt about what it was. It was a winter scene. There was snow on the ground, and the saucer, it was a classic large disc saucer, about 40, 50 feet across, with a big dome on the top of it. And it had hit into this snow-covered field and it plowed this big ditch all the way across the field, like the earth was all turned up and it was stuck into the side of this big snow-covered embankment, stuck in there like at a 45-degree angle, just stuck in the side of the hill. And I could see all around it, there were these Air Force personnel. They were in winter jackets, with a big fur around the hood, and they were taking photographs of it. And I actually saw one of the guys in one of the photos. There were like three of them that I saw the photos. And they had one of these old-timey cameras, a movie camera, like with the two big round canisters on the top of them. So it must have been like in like the late 40s or early 50s or something, I figured. And so and then all of a sudden I realized that in one of the photos I could see around the bottom of the dome of the crash saucer that was stuck in the embankment, these symbols. And I looked at them and I said, wow, look at there's nothing like anything I've ever seen. They're not Russian, they're not Chinese, they're not, hieroglyphics. They're totally unique. So I said, okay, I'm going to trace these because I want to make sure they're absolutely identical to what is there and that they're in the exact sequence that they're in. And so I did is I took out
these are top secret files, Jenny. Isn't that an act of espionage?
Well, no, I've been cleared to see them. And so what I did is I took out the yellow pad, and interestingly enough, it's just one of those instinctive things. I opened up the yellow pad to the inside cardboard backing. And what I did is I pushed the backing underneath the microfiche machine and then focused the microfiche right onto the inside cover of the yellow pad so that I traced them identically.
So would you guys rather I did a show on hairstyles and maybe conditioners and ways to make your hair soft? Would that be better? I'm wondering.
Totally accurately. Every single one of them. There must have been about 8 or 10 of them that were all obvious. So I traced them in detail. And I got them all done. I kept looking up to see if anybody was watching. And so I got it all done. And I closed the yellow pad. And I said, that's it. I got it. That's a UFO, man. And look, it's got all these unique symbols on them. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the stuff away. I put the little microfiche away, put it back in the box, took the yellow pad, stood up and put it under my arm. You know, I had my suit on, and I didn't put it inside my suit to try to hide it. I just stuck it under my arm, and I turned around and got up and walked out. I walked right straight out the door, and the two guys were kind of surprised. And I'm surprised, and I think about it, that I left as soon as I did, but I had the information, and I said, I don't want to take any chances at all. So I left. I went out the door, and I reached down and picked up my briefcase that was sitting there by the side, and I started walking down the hall. And all of a sudden, one of the guys said, hold it. Hey, hold it. And I stopped, and he said, what is that you got there? And I said, oh, that's my briefcase. I just picked my briefcase up, which was there. He said, no, under your arm. What's under your arm there? Both of them came over to me and kind of loomed over me. And one of them reached over and yanked the yellow pad away from me and then ruffled through all the yellow pages. And there was nothing on them, of course. And then he kind of grumpily handed it back to me. And so I put it back under my arm and just turned around, picked up my briefcase and started walking down the hall. I hope I wasn't whistling, to try to get, but I went down the hallway and got into the elevator. When I got in the elevator, I opened my briefcase and put the yellow pad in, got up and went up the stairs, turned around and walked right straight out the door and went back to Jesuit headquarters.
So that is 1976 when that happened?
77. That was the spring of 77.
So this guy right here was granted access to top secret military files, goes in, pulls microfilm out of this, throws it on whatever the hell they use to play that stuff. Does he finds and sees in this videograph thing, whatever the hell it was in 1977, images of a crashed cylindrical silver UFO-looking UFO crashed into a side of a snow hill with military Air Force officials standing around it in their whatever they're wearing. And at the bottom of the aircraft, he could see symbols. So he blew it up on the thing and he got out paper, traced it, took off with it, and left. End of story. And it has seen proof that this happened. So I thought that was like absolutely awesome. So anyway, we've been live for 4 hours. You guys are obviously you're not into this. And I get it. Not everybody is into the same things. It's okay. Two guys talking is not always very interesting, so it's understandable. It is also 1:26 a.m. and probably time to bring this to a close. So I hope you guys enjoyed some of this. I appreciate you being here. Next week, we're going to be hitting something a little bit different. Sometimes the UFO stuff isn't always as good as the haunting and all that other fun stuff. So either way, I hope it was enjoyable. I appreciate you guys very much. I thank Miss Andy for joining me up here tonight. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. I will be here depending on how much sleep I get or when I wake up. I might do 3 shows, like I said. I might wake up and do coffee and just do a generalized conversation chat tomorrow morning with coffee. Don't get excited and think that it's going to happen for all of you early risers. It may not. If not, for sure, I will be here early afternoon and tomorrow night. So I love you guys to death. I appreciate you guys more than you guys know. Anybody that has donated to the Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, God bless and thank you so very much. I don't ever expect it, but I do definitely duly appreciate it. You guys are amazing. Excuse me. Mods, Blue Crew, producers, thank you all very much for everything you do. I never could do this without you. I never will try. I promise you that very much. Much love to each and every one of you guys. Please don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And please don't change who you are. You guys are absolutely amazing. You are why I'm here. I will see you all very soon. Good night and God bless. Bye-bye.